Do you all swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? Thank you.
Good morning. Our first case is on page 30. Inspector Luke Boudre, case number CE 20101032, case address 904 East Las Olas Boulevard, owner 904 ELOLLC. This case was cited on 10/31/2020 to comply by 11/1/2020. One section complied at $250 per day. And the city's requesting full amount.
Good morning, all. Case and address is read. This property was inspected on October 31st of 2020, and the following violation was observed. 18-1 nuisance was found in the fact that there was no social distancing or enforcing of mask regulations as required by Broward County Administrator's Emergency Order 20-28. Citation notice 0505 was issued for $250 with 5 days for the property to come into compliance and was hand delivered. On November 6, 2020, the violation came into compliance, but as of this date, the civil penalty has not been paid. Pursuant to City Ordinance Section 11-19D, the violator has failed to contest the citation violation notice, which constitutes an admission of the violation. The city is requesting the imposition of civil penalty in the amount of $250. Please see the photo as evidence as the violation exists.
City's requesting the full amount.
$250.
Any appearance on behalf of the owner?
Good morning, Magistrate. We spoke to the attorney this morning, and he is in agreement of the $250.
Okay. Going to follow the city's recommendation, $250.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 1. Case number, Inspector Tiffany Holder. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Our next case is on page 4. Inspector James Fetter. Supervisor Reggie White presenting. Case number CE 20090065. Case address 236 Southwest 21st Street, owner Martin Conan. Property posted 1/14/2021, posted at City Hall 1/28/2021.
Mr. Martin, please unmute your microphone. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Supervisor Reginald White, presenting case CE 2009-0026. This is for Inspector James Fetter, and the address is 308 Southwest 23rd Street. An inspection report was first issued on...
Supervisor White?
Yes.
On the bottom case on page 4.
On the bottom case.
Yes.
Thank you. My apologies. Case CE 2009-0065. Presenting Supervisor White, presenting case for James Fetter. This is at the address 236 Southwest 21st Street. An inspection report was first issued September 30th, 2020. The violations on the inspection report was 18-1 for the outdoor storage. It was causing a public nuisance to the community. 18-12, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property. 9-305, the landscape at the property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-304B, the gravel driveway on the occupied property is not being maintained. There are areas of gravel driveway that are missing and worn on the property. There is also grass overgrown on the driveways. Like I said, the inspection report was issued September the 30th, 2020. Property was re-inspected. And on January the 14th, 2021, a notice of hearing was posted at the property. Property was last inspected February 22nd, 2021. The city is requesting 35 days to come into compliance and a fine of $25 per day per violation.
Appearance by the owner.
Hello?
Go ahead, we can hear you.
Yeah. The tenant is a landscaper and part of his rent is to maintain the property. So I came back into Florida yesterday and we'll address it with him. I've contacted him a number of times, but with COVID, they're not paying rent and I guess not maintaining the property. So we'll immediately address the overgrowth and the landscaping and the storage. On the gravel driveway, are you okay with that?
I just want to mention with the gravel driveway,
The gravel driveway I want to address separately. If you're willing to allow me to address the landscaping and the overgrowth and the outdoor storage, then we can go to the gravel driveway, but I need to make sure that you're okay giving me the time to address those three issues. I mean, those can be taken care of within a week, so.
right.
Bulk trash is coming up on on Friday or the following Friday, so whatever they don't move, I'll physically move and put out for bulk trash and have picked up.
I'll leave it for the magistrate to give the time allotted. I would say that the gravel driveway, that might take a permit, the level of work. And if you're
Well, the gravel driveway I want to address separately. So as long as the magistrate will allow me the time to take care of the other ones, then we can discuss the gravel driveway. I think that's kind of a special issue and it's not something that's going to be resolved in the 35 days. So if you give me 2 weeks to address all the other parts, we'll take care of the other parts right away, and then we can talk about the gravel driveway.
Anything else from the city?
Nothing else for the city, just to say that all the violations are under one case.
I find that each of the violations does exist. 35 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter. Mr. Cohen, please stay in touch with
Well, the gravel driveway, I've already spoken with the city's engineering department. It's a gravel driveway and there's no way of changing it to anything other than a gravel driveway because it's the egress to those parking spaces that are being shown in the photographs. And as you can see in the photos, the gravel driveways at every other triplex or duplex that's on that street. So there's no drainage, there's no city drainage structures to take care of any water. So if I were to pave that area, all it would do would be a puddle.
Okay, Mr. Cohen, you're talking about things that are out of my realm right now.
Okay.
35 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter.
Well, 35 days isn't going to be enough time to take care of the driveway. So then what will happen?
Start trying and you communicate with the adjuster, with the inspector. And if you can't get it done, you can request an extension. Okay, next case, please.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 2. Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 20020375. Case address 127 Southwest 7th Avenue. Owner Revolution Sandwiches of Miami LLC. Property posted 1/4/21, posted at City Hall 1/28/21.
Good morning. Please unmute your microphone, Brett. Please raise your
I'm
right.
sorry.
Please raise your right hand.
Yes,
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 200-20375, address 127 Southwest 7th Avenue. I inspected the property on February 23rd, 2020, and cited for the following violation: 47-34.1.8.1. There are multiple large dumpster containers and commercial trucks being stored on this RAC AS Arts and Science District vacant property. Storage shall not be permitted to be used if the principal structure is no longer in use. I re-inspected the property on February 24th, 2021, and found the above violation complied.
Okay, so it's in compliance.
Yes,
You want to finding the fact that the violation did exist.
yes.
All right, Mr. On behalf of the owner. Okay, for the record, I find that the violation did exist.
Magistrate, the respondent seemed to have dropped off. We're going to give him a minute to see if he can log right back in. The respondent fell off the call, so we're going to give him a minute to see if he can log back in.
All right.
Complied. Case is complied.
Well, we'll move on to the next case. The next case is on page 36.
36.
Our next case is on page 36, Inspector Gail Williams. Case number CE 200-71065. Property address 280 Southwest 20th Ave, 1-2. Owners, it's not this one? Oh, I'm sorry. One moment, please, I'm sorry. My apologies. Page 36, case number CE 201-00676. Property address 2645 Northeast 32nd Street, 1-2. Owner, Bronia LLC. This case was first cited on 11/2/20 to comply by 11/7/20. One section not complied at $200. City requests full amount, which continues to accrue.
Good morning, Mr. Bernard. Please unmute your microphone.
Okay, any appearance by the owner?
They're there. Yes.
They're getting in.
Judith, please unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, we
Hello?
can hear you. We
Okay.
can hear you.
Yes.
Please raise your right hand.
Okay,
Do you both swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 201-00676, address 2645 Northeast 32nd Street, apartment 1 and 2. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. On November 2nd, 2020, a citation was issued and posted on the property for advertising as a vacation rental. On December 2nd and December 14th of 2020, property continued to advertise as a vacation rental. On January 12th, 2021, property continued to advertise as a vacation rental. On February 24th, 21, an inspection was conducted and the property passed the vacation rental. The following violation was cited: 15-272A. On February 17th, 2021, an application was submitted and all fees were paid. At this time, the city is requesting for the full amount to be imposed.
All right. On behalf of the owner.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I'm on behalf of the owner, and the owner herself is also on this call. I'm not sure if Your Honor can see.
Who is the owner?
I'm the owner.
Okay.
I cannot hear.
Okay. Anything you want to add, ma'am?
I would like my manager to speak in my behalf. I'm in California. I haven't been in Florida for over a year. I would like my manager to speak on my behalf.
Okay. Is he a lawyer?
No, sir, I'm not.
No.
You have a power of attorney?
I do, sir.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Sir, the owner acknowledges the fact that at the time the citation was written, we were not compliant and had in fact been in violation. However, to say that we had been completely confused with regards to the requirement to have the fees and the licenses in place just in lieu of the advertising. We did not realize that the advertisement on Airbnb was synonymous with having to have the license in place. This said, over the past year, there were no rentals of vacation on the place. Until today, there's only one tenant that has been there for several months now, and that is not an Airbnb or a vacation rental tenant. There was a great deal of confusion over this past year between the executive orders issued from the governor and the requirement to do the licensing, which was very difficult as it is due to the fact that it has changed so radically from being able to walk into the city and place the correct licenses as opposed to the way it is being done at the moment. We have had really no income to speak of. In fact, are sensing some very serious hardship with regards to this property being completely empty with the exception of that long-term tenant. So we would request, Your Honor, for the leniency that can be extended as a courtesy, and we'll await the response.
Well, you're still advertising on the internet, Airbnb, correct?
Your Honor, I forgot to mention, we have made at least half a dozen attempts. We've also explained that to the inspector. We've made several attempts, half a dozen to say the least, to remove the listing from Airbnb. It just does not go off the line. No matter what attempts are made, Airbnb's response is, you have to deal with it yourself. And that is no help in that sense. So it was not because we have not attended to take it off. It just has not been able to remove it. I had
Very, very clear, you are not in compliance.
Yes, we're not in compliance.
All right.
Correct.
And cannot do anything about the fines until you come into compliance. All right. And so therefore, you're not in compliance. I have no discretion other than to impose the fines in order that they continue to accrue. Thank you. You could talk to somebody who knows how to operate Airbnb or do something. I've never heard the excuse, we're trying to take it off the internet, but it won't go away. Okay. As long as it's there, you're in violation.
Sir, in fact, the inspector in my discussion acknowledged that she is aware of the fact that there were many attempts and other complaints with regards to being able to remove it from the Airbnb.
As long as it's there,
Honor?
you're in violation. Beginning, end of story. Okay.
Yeah.
The fines.
She has something to say.
With all due respect to the power attorney and the property owner, they did try to remove it, but at the same time, I spoke with the power attorney yesterday in person at the property during the inspection. And I asked him why there was no type of communication from the property owner with me during this time frame of submitting the citation and also still having the Airbnb listed. It was listed for a while, and also with the property being occupied for 4 months or either after that as well. So, you know, it's a hard thing to remove from Airbnb, but you have to continue to do so. But unfortunately, it has not been complied and it has not been removed. So, I mean, I still will want the fines to be imposed.
That's right. Say that again.
No, I still want the fines to be imposed.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Very good. The fines are imposed and continue to accrue.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, we have to recall the case on page 2, Inspector Williams. The respondent is back online, and that's on page 2 at the bottom, property address 127 Southwest 7th Ave.
All right.
Go ahead, Mr. Kublin, you can start your video and unmute yourself, please.
I'm here.
Okay. All right. We don't know. I don't know when you got dropped, but the inspector says that there was a violation. You've now brought it into compliance, and the city is requesting a simple finding that the violation did exist at the time.
And what is the amount of the fine?
There is no
No
fine.
fines.
Oh, no fine. Thank you very much. I appreciate the city and everyone involved.
Reiterate the finding, the fact that the violation did exist. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, our next case is at the top of page 4. Inspector James Fetter, Supervisor Reggie White will be presenting on his behalf. Case number CE 200-90026, property address 308 Southwest 23rd Street. Owner, Serlian Jean Lewis. Notice posted at the property on 11421, posted at City Hall 12821.
Can you repeat that case again, please?
CE,
You want me to speak or no?
it's 308 Southwest 23rd Street, the one at the top of page 4.
Yeah.
Got it.
You want me to repeat the case number?
No, I got it. Thank
Okay.
you.
Good morning, Jean-Louis. Please raise your right hand.
Yes, hi. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Do you swear
Yeah.
and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Excuse me?
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, everything is good now. Mr. Jump called me, stopped by my house, he speak to me. He told me I make everything done, put glass, cut the flower, the trees, make everything okay. I don't need to go to the hearing. So I put everything done, everything is clear now.
Okay.
We're gonna get somebody that can translate for you. We're gonna get an inspector.
To do the respect for me?
Bovary, do you swear to translate truthfully from Creole to English, English to Creole?
Yes, I do.
Oh, yes, that can be good.
Bonjour, monsieur. Ou met di swab diyan, et puis m'a translate pour.
Ok, pas de problème. Respecte te ven la kay mwen, et puis kounyan la, de te montre mwen nan fleur yo, pou mte rase yo, pou mte chouem yo, pou mte fe fleur yo. Après ça, pour mte beke glace devant. Il dit, si mte fin de glace la, mte fin de fe sa yon kon mwen fe yo, mba bezon ale nan yon la. Mwen fe tit bagay kon ya tit bagay ok, mba gen problem ave yo. Mte defini.
Your Honor, he's basically saying that he was told to trim the grass and the weeds and to lay down the grass, which he has done. And from his understanding that if he has done all that, he wouldn't have to come to the hearing.
So, Your Honor, I'm gonna read the facts when the case was posted, and Bovary will interpret it for the representative. So on September 3rd, 2020, the inspection report was issued to the property 18-4C for abandoned vehicles. That has come into compliance. 9-305B is the violation that remains, and that's for the landscaping at the property within the property and the swell. 9-308 is in compliance, and that's for the roof maintenance. 9-308B is complied, and that's for the debris on the roof. And the city is saying that we're to give him 14 days to come into compliance or a $25 a day fine. So I just want to repeat, the only violation, the remaining violation, is for the landscape on the property.
Bovary, if you could just tell him if he sees the pictures, that's still in violation. So unless he trimmed the trees and put down all the grass yesterday, just if you could explain to him that the pictures are showing the property still in violation.
Okay.
Thanks.
One moment, Rhonda, he can't see because he's tuned in from phone.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so sa yo di sa superviseur Reginald White li pou an, li di kon sa ke tout lot violation complete, seulement sa ke ou rete pou faire se zeb lan, ou rete pou mette nan kailan, nan kailan avec nan kote moun marché pour trottoir là. So ça veut dire once du moment que vous mettez zeb lan nan kailan avec nan partie trottoir là, so tout ba yo ap complete et que yo bo 14 jours pour faire ça.
Il n'y a pas de problème, déjà bien t'en fin ça yo.
So he's saying, Your Honor, basically the 14 days is fine and he will get it done in 14 days.
All right, excellent. Okay. So I find the violation 9-305D. 14 days to comply. $25 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, yo bon 14 jours pour compléter, pour faire tout le reste travail, OK? OK, il dit comme ça, superviseur dit comme ça pour les inspecteurs pour qu'à faire en réinspection pour, OK? Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Our next two cases are on page 38 and 39. Inspector Will Snyder, property address 1 North Birch Road, Las Olas Harbor Club LLC is the owner. Case number CE 19120404. This case was first heard on 9/9/20 to comply by 11/11/20. One section not complied at $50. City is requesting the full amount of $5,300, which continues to accrue. Page 39, case number CE 19120594. This case was first heard on 9/9/20 to comply by 11/11/20. Two sections not complied at $50. City requests the full amount of $10,600, which continues to accrue.
Good morning, Stephanie. Please raise your right hand.
Good morning. I've already been sworn.
I'm sorry?
I was sworn when you started the meetings.
Okay,
It's fine. I don't mind doing it again.
I'm going to do it again. Thank you. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Code
Good
Officers.
morning, Your Honor. Stephanie Toothaker on behalf of the property owner, and I do have a power. of
Excuse me,
attorney.
ma'am. I just need to present the case.
Hang on, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 19120404 for the property located at 1 North Birch Road. This case was first heard September 9th, 2020. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at the property by November 11th, 2020. At this time, the dock maintenance violation remains. The city is amending its request to request a 63-day extension and suspension of fines in order to reappear at that the appropriate magistrate hearing. And I'm sorry, presenting case CE 19120594 for the property located at 7 North Birch Road. This case was first heard September 9, 2020. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct violations at the property by November 11, 2020. The violations at this property may remain permit BLD BDSP 201000011 was issued for dock repair. The city is amending its request and instead requests a 63-day extension and suspension of fines in order to reappear at the appropriate hearing.
Same time, 63-day.
Extension and suspension of
All right.
fines.
Good morning, Counselor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Thank you. And thank you, Will, and thank you to Stephanie Bass. There was a little bit of a, I think, confusion as it related to this property. The application to remove the docks and repair the seawall had actually been pending at the city for almost a year. The city wanted, because this property is on the beach, the city had asked that an archaeological study be done. And so we were in the process of doing that, and the docks were not removed and the seawall wasn't repaired because the city had not issued us the permit to do so. So we appreciate the suspension of fines, and we appreciate the additional time. The permit was actually just issued about 2 weeks ago. We finally got the permit. It had, as I said, had been pending at the city for over a year. And unfortunately, when we had been working with Anthony Fajardo's office and had this the enforcement action had been pulled from the agenda, and somehow when the notice was sent and the hearing was actually held in September, we did not receive notice. The owner was in Greece, and so the hearing went forward without any representation. We were not aware that it had happened. So we appreciate the opportunity to work with the city, and thank you for the additional time to make the requested repairs.
Thank you. So as to both cases, the city is agreeable to a 63-day extension that is until April 29th, 2021, and a stay of the fines pending that time frame. Oh, mandatory reappearance on April 29th.
We will be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Counselor.
Our next case is on page 39. Inspector Will Snyder, property address 416 Coconut Isle Drive, owner 416 Coconut Isles LLC, case number CE 200-90271. This case was first heard on 10/28/20 to comply by 11/7/20. One section complied at $50. City is requesting a full amount of $4,750.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 200-90271 for the property located at 416 Coconut Isle Drive. Case was first heard October 28, 2020. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at the property by November 7, 2020. The violations at this property were brought into compliance on February 11, 2021. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines in the amount of $4,750.
All right, so it's now in compliance, out of compliance, 95 days, repeat violation.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, on behalf of the owner.
Well, Your Honor, first I do not agree that it was in compliance only in February. The house is no longer there. It's demolished, and we have acted. I think we have discussed it several times, and we actually made the effort and cleaned and removed, even though it was about to demolish and we had the permit going almost starting. We spent more money. And we went there and we cleaned and we removed the vegetation. And I was also very confused because we had, I thought it was the same case. We had another case which we were fined for $4,000 already. That was about a few weeks ago. And I thought it was even the same one. And I'm not sure why we had double cases on the same thing. That's one thing. And Your Honor, we have gone through very hard year this year. We had a tenant, and I submitted the eviction paperwork. We had a tenant that we were not able to remove, and we had no access to the property. We couldn't collect on him the entire year. He moved out only by the end of the year when we were able finally to evict him and to get access and to do everything that we needed to do. We already were fined for that very heavily, and we did everything that we could. And Will, I was in contact with you. I was trying to work it out the best. We cleaned the roof even a few weeks before demolition in order to comply. We did everything. We spent money to be in compliance and worked very hard on that. And I feel it's kind of unfair to double hit us after such a hard year that we couldn't make any money on it. And we spent so much and we made all that effort. It's a little draconian to come now and the house is no longer there. It's demolished. It was in a terrible condition. We did everything we could to the outside. And as soon as we got access, we immediately put the permit out there and demolished it. So I feel it's very unfair to go after us once again on the same issue, on the same thing, when we tried so hard to do the right thing.
Ma'am, you had two different violations, one in 2019 and this one in 2020. So we got two different cases. You were out of compliance for 95 days on this violation.
But both was for the same thing, Your Honor. and we worked on that item, and it was admitted that we're in compliance on the other one. So it was exactly the same thing. When we got the last fine about a month ago, it was said that we were in compliance about it, and it's the same. It goes on the same period of time. So if we were in compliance back then, we obviously were not in non-compliance until February. It feels like we are being not treated fairly.
Your Honor, if I could just have a moment to clarify what I think she's referencing. This is actually a repeat violation, this specific case. The previous case, CE 190800257, had a violation section for overgrowth, trash, and debris. It was brought into compliance earlier in 2020. I opened this case as a repeat because it's a recurring violation. It had been established. So the violation reappeared, which is why we're here today presenting this case. I was in contact with the respondent. She did call me out to the property several times, and several times I went out there to do the inspection. And every time I met with the landscapers, I met with everybody. Every time there was always a big pile of landscape debris left in the rear of the driveway. And I've explained this to her, I think at least 4 or 5 times. I understand that, sometimes it's difficult to get people to do what's expected, but this violation, that debris just remained there. The violation came into compliance only because the building was demolished. There was attempts to clean the front, which they did, but no one ever bothered to clean the back of the property, which was clearly visible from the right of way. So that's why the violation is. The city's request, I suppose, stands. However, for informational purposes, the administrative cost would be $718. A reduction of 20% fines would be $950. And of course, as you know, it's at your discretion, Your Honor. The respondent did make the attempt. I can at least acknowledge that.
All right, ma'am, did you understand what the inspector said?
I understand. I feel that I know there was a one time that he actually showed me that there was that he was not, even though we cleaned the entire front, he could see something in the back. And then we went there and removed that pile in the back. That was the situation.
All right, ma'am, here's what I'm going to do. The inspector has agreed to reduce the fine to $950 plus administrative cost of $718. Okay? And I'm going to impose that amount. You'll get a written.
Your Honor, I'm going to request that you be more considerate because we already have 4,250 from the other case, which was
okay. Well, I've reduced the fine substantially on a repeat violation, something that we don't normally do. So I've made my ruling. You'll get a written order in the mail. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 28. Our next case is on page 28. Supervisor Stephanie Bass. Property address 323 Mola Ave. Owner Ashita Homestead LLC. Case number CE 19110028. Notice delivered by certified mail on 2/9/21. Posted at City Hall 1/28/21.
Oscar, good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Supervisor Stephanie Bass for the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement Division, case CE-19110028. The property address is 323 Mola Avenue. The violation is 47-19-3.45. I'm sorry, 3.F4. The seawall at this property is in disrepair. All the property owners must maintain their seawalls in good repair. A seawall is presumed to be in disrepair if it allows for upland erosion, transfer of material through the seawall, or allow tidal waters to flow unimpeded through the seawall to adjacent properties or the city right of way. The city at this time is asking for a continuance of 63 days. The Public Works Director is still reviewing the engineering plans, so we're going to ask for a continuance, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, on behalf of the owner.
Good morning, sir. This is Oscar Soto, attorney for Ashita Homestead LLC.
It's an old case. We've had this issue before, correct?
Yes, what is going on, Your Honor, is that there was a suggestion in the original violation and the only hearing we had back in 2020 before coronavirus as to where the source of the waters were on Mola Avenue. As everyone knows, the king tides are the primary source of the water. There are videos that we have filed from the various news channels that show the waters coming in from adjacent neighbors who have old seawalls. The Ashita Homestead has brand new seawalls at the code compliant level. We had discussions, there was a hearing, then coronavirus came. The city, Public Works Director, and various other city sustainable development and project managers met with my client on site late in 2020. They agreed that the seawalls, based on the reports we had by themselves, were not in disrepair. There was an issue as to the new seawall being in front of an old seawall. And so I believe it was Raj Verma, the Public Works Director, suggested that my client hire a particular engineer or recommended a particular engineer or two. We hired them. They've come up with a fix that subsequent to that meeting very recently that we have forwarded to the city for review. That fix, sir, is between the new seawall, the vertical piling sheet piles, and the old seawall. There appears to be some percolation that's coming up through the gravel. So the fix will fix that. And just for the record, the property, similar to a lot of the prior hearings today, this property has subsequent to the notice of violation been demolished and is now under approved permits and construction of a new home. That new home has work that will be done on that side of the road where this what we call the southeast seawall is located, and this work that we're proposing will be done as part of the master construction of that. So we agree that a continuance for the city to review our proposed fix is in order, and if they approve it, we'll roll it up into our construction project and have it done. But again, it's very important to my client and many of the residents on that street that the percolation from our property is not the source of the flooding that's occurring on Mola Avenue. And I know that you've been around a long time like I have, sir. That's an issue that goes well beyond our capacity to deal with.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Counselor. So we're going to continue this case for 63 days until the agenda of April 29th, 2021.
Thank you all. Thank you, Ms. Bass.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 40. Supervisor Stephanie Bass, property address 716 Solar Isle Drive, case number CE 19110032, owner Henrik Hedman. This case was first heard on 2/20/20 to comply by 4/23/20. One section not complied at $100. City is requesting the full amount of $17,300, which continues to accrue.
Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm? Do you swear
Are you
and
talking,
affirm? Yes, we
are
can
you
hear.
talking to me?
Yes, I am. Do
All
you
right,
swear,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. Supervisor Stephanie Bass for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE-19110032. Property address is 716 Solar Isle Drive. The property is in violation of section 47-19.3.F5. The seawall of this property was breached, allowing tidal waters to enter the property and to impact the adjoining properties and public right of way. This breach may be as a result of the seawall being below the minimum elevation. Property owners shall not allow tidal waters to enter their property or to impact adjacent properties or public right of way. At this time, Your Honor, I'm asking for a 63-day stay of fines and in order to reappear. I did speak to the contractor on yesterday who within the last 2 weeks have obtained the necessary permit that he needs in order to correct the violation. He's asking for 63 days and to have it complied. So I'm going to ask for a 63-day stay of fines and in order to reappear so we can see where they're at as far as compliance.
Right, very good. On behalf of the owner?
Yes.
Someone?
What do you want to tell us?
Oh, no, I'm just here listening. I'm sorry. I thought someone was speaking to me. I'm sorry.
Believe Your Honor is asking, are you in agreement with the 63-day stay of fines and in order to reappear?
Yes, I am.
All right, very good. So we're going to grant a 63-day extension, stay the fines until the agenda of April 29th, 2021 with a mandatory reappearance.
Yes, that's fine.
Very good. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Stephanie, thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
One moment.
Good morning, William Strop. I see you have your hand raised. Is there anything we can help you with?
Good morning. I was just having difficulty before. I wanted to make sure that you were able to see and hear me. I'm here on behalf of all of the federal apartments cases.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 34. Property address 3081 Northwest 19th Street, Captain Robert Kusarowicz. Case number FC 200-90013, owner Prasad USA Property Holdings LLC. This case was first heard on 11/19/20 to comply by 12/24/22 sections, complied at $100. City is requesting the full amount of $12,200.
Good morning. Please unmute your microphone
Good morning.
and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Captain Robert Kusarowicz, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office. Here to present case number FC 200-90013. Property address 3081 Northwest 19th Street. This is a reappearance on this case. It's already been heard, and I'm happy to report that all the violations are into compliance. I believe we have a respondent here today, and they would like to speak on behalf of fines that might have accrued during that time period. I can tell you that I have looked at our reinspection fees on this and see that they made payment last night, and they've paid all of our costs in reinspection fees for going out and visiting this property.
Okay, and that total.
I'm sorry?
Sorry, you're requesting imposition of.
I'd like to hear from the respondent over here. I think he has an explanation as to a time frame and how long it's taken to come into compliance.
On behalf of the owner.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak in this matter. During the pandemic, I think one of the challenge was to get some contractors to get out there. We made several attempts, and obviously outside of this, there were other issues with the property as well, which we have taken care of. But the big challenge here was to get a contractor. We had folks out there, they came out, they did an inspection. There were multiple calls week after weeks to get these folks out until finally we got them there. So there was a concerted effort. Obviously, the inspector is aware of this. We spoke. I always try to be in contact to keep him informed. We stayed on top of this, stayed on top of the contractor. So the goal was always to do our best and do everything we can to be in compliance. And as I do understand, there's no other issue with respect to any violations in the property. We recently had requests from the city to paint the building, do the landscaping, do the lawn, the parking lot. We have complied with all of that. So we have done our best to make sure that we maintain everything in order. So I'm not sure if there's any fines in the property, but I would kindly request some leniency for some abatement of those fines, as we have done everything in our power to be in compliance. Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, at your discretion, we will support a reduction in fines as stated. Our reinspection fees have been paid up to date on this case.
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
We would support a reduction in fines as our reinspection fees have been paid for our costs that have occurred on this case already.
Okay. All right. And as to the first violation, I'm going to reduce the fine to $1,000. And on the key issue, also reduce the fine to $1,000. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 35, Captain Robert Kasarowicz, property address 211 Southwest 2nd Street, W, case number CE 19072339, owner Riverwalk Center LTD. This case was first heard on 9/5/19 to comply by 9/19/19, fine suspended 9/20 through 11/21, and quite a few other dates. 4 sections complied at $100. City is requesting the full amount of $52,400.
Good morning, Dan and Raphael.
Good morning.
Can you please both raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Captain Robert Kasarowicz, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office here for case number CE 19072339 for the property address of 211 Southwest 2nd Street, Suite W, West. As you can see, this has been a case that has gone on for quite a period of time. It's started long before the pandemic of COVID. And I believe during that time frame, they had obtained extensions in order to come into compliance on a lot of these violations, which we're happy to report all of them are now in compliance. During COVID, there was a period of time where these types of businesses were ordered to be shut down. There was no revenue stream or anything that was coming in there. The violations were pretty extensive in order to bring the property into compliance. And we would back and be in favor of a complete abatement of fines on this case.
Okay, on behalf of the owner?
Yes.
Okay, ma'am, state your name.
Diane Magid.
Okay, tell me what you want me to know about this case.
It's a bar restaurant in the building. When COVID hit on March 13th, the business closed down quite a bit of money. We did start, and we've been in touch with Inspector Robert Kursevich from day one. We've done everything we can to do it and get everything done on time. It was due to trying to get the contractors, the engineers back into the building and to try and reopen. We haven't ignored it. We've done everything. The last was the occupancy fine. I'm going to let Ralph, he's the owner of the club Euro, explain more because he was more involved than I was.
How you doing, Your Honor?
Morning.
All right. To piggyback off what Diane said, we were on track on being in compliance with everything, and then when COVID hit, everything was shut down, including us, since we were a bar. And while we were shut down, our extension expired, but we knew nothing about the extension expiring or anything because everything was shut down. We didn't hear anything again about the case until the last hearing we had, which was, I believe, in October or November. And that was the first time that we heard anything again about the case. And that's when the fines automatically, I guess they automatically occurred. And we met with Captain Robert, and we came into compliance with most of the things by that time already. And then before today, we are fully in compliance with everything. So if COVID never happened, we would have been in compliance and no fines would have occurred at all. But the most important thing I want to drive home is when the fines started occurring, we didn't have another hearing because it was during COVID, and we were shut down because of it being a nightclub. So we weren't even allowed to open and didn't even know if we were going to be in business.
Okay. Any recommendation on behalf of the city?
Would be in support of a full abatement on the fines on this one.
No fines.
No fines. Okay. Administrative costs?
We're covered in our reinspection fees.
That's been paid?
On this case, yes.
Been paid? Okay. I'm going to then waive the fines. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. We appreciate it.
Okay, page 10. Okay. Our next case is on page 10. Inspector Michael Jordan. Property address 1023 Southwest 15th Terrace, 1-3, owner Floss 3 Investments LLC, case number CE 200812000. Notice posted at the property on 2/13/21, posted at City Hall 1/28/21.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Okay.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Michael Jordan for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Department of Sustainable Development Code Compliance Division, presenting case number CE 200812000. Property address is 1023 Southwest 15th Terrace, Fort Lauderdale. This is an RM15 zone multifamily residential property. On September 15th, 2020, this property was issued a notice of violation for violations of section 9-280H1, fence and garden wall in disrepair, which was complied upon reinspection for the hearing. 9-308B, debris on the roof, and 9-308, roof not maintained, dirty and or stained areas on the roof and drip edges. 9-306, exterior maintenance, are areas of missing rotted fascia and areas of missing damaged and peeling painted surfaces. 9-280B, building parts not maintained, rotted and or missing fascia, permitted entrance of vermin into the attic. 9-280G, electrical wiring and accessories, inoperable lights and plugs inside are inoperable. This property has been re-inspected multiple times from the time of notice of violation. The city knows that an electrical permit was issued and final inspection was passed. The officer believes that the property is currently in compliance, Your Honor, but due to scheduling conflicts with the owner, been able to re-inspect. City's requested an extension of time of 30 days, $100 per day thereafter.
City's requesting
an extension of 30 days time to allow for re-inspection to confirm compliance, and then a $100 a day fine thereafter.
Okay, all right. You want to do 28 days?
Yes, sir. Be fine.
28 days. And,
You said $100. 100.
$100 per
You
day
said-
thereafter.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
$100?
$100 per day thereafter.
Per violation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is the owner.
Yes.
All right. Okay, sir. Okay. Do you understand what the inspector said?
I do. I do have a comment though. I don't know from what reason you, the city, put the notice and send mail to, I guess, wrong address and a wrong company. And you guys stated it today, actually, which is the wrong company. I don't understand why it's still on that name. I told Officer Jordan about this and he acknowledged that there is a mistake. Nothing to do with the fine, with the everything that needs to be done. Of course, that we will take care of. I just want you guys to understand that I don't know why on your record it talks about, you know, the owners being a different company with a different address. So we never got any mail or anything sent to us. So we weren't aware. That's why we're here today.
All right. So this is the first hearing, new business. So based on the evidence and the testimony presented, I find the violation does exist. 28 days to comply on each, $100 per day thereafter on each.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 39, Supervisor Stephanie Bass, property address 817 Northwest 11th Ave, case number ENF code -191-00198. Owner, Federal Apartments Limited Partner, in care of Greystone Servicing Corp. This case was first heard on 2/20/20 to comply by 3/26/20. Fine suspended as noted in the agenda. One section complied at $50. City is requesting fines to be reduced to $427.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good morning, William.
Good morning. Are you able to hear me?
And can you please both raise your right hand? Do you swear to affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Good morning, Your Honor. Supervisor Stephanie Bass for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number ENF-CODE-191-00198, property address 817 Northwest 11th Ave. Property was in violation of 9-280B, but it is now complied, and 9-278G, which is now in compliance as well. The city is asking for a reduction of fines to administrative costs only in the amount of $427.
Okay. The owner's representatives understand what the inspector said?
Yes, sir.
All right. Any objection?
No, sir.
All right. Administrative cost of $427.
Next case on page 40. Property address 1622 Northwest 7th Court. Owner, Federal Apartments Limited Partner, in care of Greystone Servicing Corp. Case number ENF-CODE-191-00274. This case was first heard on 2/20/20 to comply by 3/26/20. Fine suspended as noted in the agenda. 3 sections complied at $50. City is requesting fines to be reduced to $427.
Supervisor Bass for the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number ENF-CODE-191-00274. Property address 1622 Northwest 7th Court. Property was in violation of section 9-280B, which is now in compliance, 9-280G, which is now in compliance. The city is asking for a reduction of fines to administrative costs only in the amount of $427.
Okay. Owner's representative understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. I assume no objection.
We have no objection.
All right. Administrative cost of $427.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 48. Senior Inspector Linda Holloway, property address 508 Northwest 23rd Ave, 1-4. Case number ENF-CODE-191000230. Owner Federal Apartments Limited Partner and care of Greystone Servicing Corp. This case was first heard on 2/20/20 to comply by 3/26/20. Fines were suspended as noted in the agenda. One section not complied at $50. City is requesting $8,700, which continues to accrue.
Yes, Your Honor, this is William Strop on behalf of the owner. I brought with me today the property manager, Tam English from the city of Fort Lauderdale, and I'd like to introduce him and have him explain to you the situation of what's been happening and request that all fines be waived based on Mr. English's explanation.
All right.
Tam, I turn it over to you.
Let me hear from the city first.
I apologize.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Linda Holloway, property address and case number is read. The case has a violation that's not yet in compliance, and we're here to grant an extension. Thank you.
Yay. All right.
Go ahead.
And now on behalf of the owner.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, if you would like additional explanation, as I understand it, the city is agreeing to an extension to bring into compliance with no fines being imposed at this time. Is my understanding correct?
Yes.
Then I believe we would have no.
Sorry, we're going to grant an extension after the violation comes into compliance. Then you can come back to mitigate the fines. But first, you have to bring all the remaining violations into compliance.
Thank you. And can you tell me the length of time of the extension?
On the last hearing, we were granted 63 days, a 63-day extension. On this hearing, we could give you a 35-day extension.
If I could just confirm with Mr. English, who's handling the logistics of this issue, does that 35-day extension, is that sufficient time to get everything completed?
Yes, it is. We have permits already submitted and ready to be picked up to resolve the last issue.
Wonderful. Then thank you very much. We appreciate that.
Okay. So your request is for a 35-day extension?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. This is an older case. Let's get this done within 35 days. I'm going to stay the fines as of this date.
Thank you, sir.
5-day extension.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Our next case is on page 49, property address 509 Northwest 23rd Ave, 1-4. Owner Federal Apartments Limited Partnership and care of Greystone Servicing Corp. Case number ENF-CODE-191000159. This case was first heard on 2/20/20 to comply by 4/23/20. Fine suspended as noted in the agenda. 5 sections not complied at $50. This is a request for an extension also.
Linda Holloway on behalf of the city, case number and property address is read. We are also requesting a 35-day extension on this property and case number as well.
Okay, Counselor.
Yes, thank you very much. And we appreciate the request from the city. And I just once again wanted to confirm with Mr. English that everything can be completed within that time frame, or if any additional time would be needed for some reason.
Yes, the same as the last one. It will be completed at the same time.
Wonderful. Thank you.
All right. I didn't realize we had page after page of this, but I'm going to do a 35-day extension and stay the fines as of this date.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Your Honor, we have one more on page 50. Property address 515 Northwest 23rd Ave, -1-4. Owner Federal Apartments Limited Partner and care of Greystone Servicing Corp. Case number ENF-CODE-191000180. This case is first heard on 2/20/20 to comply by 4/23/20. Fine suspended as noted in the agenda. 4 sections not complied at $50. This is a request for an extension also.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Inspector Linda Holloway on behalf of the city. Case number and property address is read. This case is currently not in compliance, and the city is requesting a 35-day extension as well.
All right, Mr. Strop.
And thank you very much. I believe, Mr. English, that's sufficient time for this item as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, that's perfect. Thank you very much to the city.
All right, I'm going to do the same ruling, 35-day extension. We're going to stay the fines as of this date, but let's get all of this wrapped up.
It will be done.
We are very focused on getting this absolutely complete. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 6.
Tasha, I'm sorry, Your Honor, could we go back to the case that we've already heard on at the top of page 10? CE 20081-200.
Okay.
The property owner stated that he did not receive notice, and that was part of the issue. And I understand from the inspector's testimony that all of the violations are probably in compliance. He just needs to go out and inspect. But if I'd like to request, Your Honor, that we vacate that order and we'll withdraw the case from the agenda. I was trying to look quickly, but it appears on BCPA that there is a different entity that owns the property, All C Properties, not Flaws 3 Investments. All C has owned the property since 2015. So it's the city attorney's office position that there was not a proper notice for that violation. So I'd like to request that we vacate your order and the city will withdraw the case, reciting the owner if necessary, if the inspector goes and finds that the property indeed is not in compliance.
All right. I'm going to grant the city's request to vacate the prior order.
Thank you, sir.
Very well, sir. Thank you.
Case is now deemed withdrawn. City's withdrawing the case.
Yes, sir. And we'll recite if necessary if the property owner is not in compliance.
Okay, very good. Good work.
Thank you, sir.
Our next case, one moment, please.
Good morning, William. Is there anything we can help you with?
Yes, I'm just trying to confirm there were several federal apartments items in the agenda, and I just want to make sure everything is now complete and my presence is no longer needed with regard to federal apartments. I think we've covered them all, but I just wanted to make sure that I didn't depart and then have you wondering where I was.
Yes, William, you're good to go.
All right, thank you very much. Then I will check out. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next case is at the bottom of page 6, Senior Inspector Linda Holloway, property address 110 Southwest 4th Ave, case number CE 20120413, owner 111 Property Group LLC. Notice posted at the property on 2/5/21, posted at City Hall 12821.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Inspector Linda Holloway presenting case CE 201-20413, property address 110 Southwest 4th Avenue. The property was cited on December 12th, 2020, and the following violations were observed. 1812A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and or its swell. 9-305A, there is growth of landscape material along with an accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the public right-of-way. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the swale area. A pre-hearing inspection conducted on February 25th, 2021 shows that violations 1812A, 9-305A, 9-305B, all remain as depicted on the photos. The city is requesting 10 days to comply or a fine of $25 per day per violation thereafter.
Good morning, Andrew. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Andrew Schein with Lockery and Chakas here on behalf of the property owner. We are okay with the 10 days from the city.
All right, very good. I find that each violation does exist, 10 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter on each violation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 31, case number CE 1908-2299, property address 1218 Southwest 29 Terrace. Senior Inspector Linda Holloway. Owner Sharon H. McGuire. This case was first heard on 2/6/20 to comply by 4/9/20. Fine suspended as noted in the agenda. 3 sections not complied at $25. City is requesting the full amount, which continues to accrue, $13,050.
Good morning, Sharon. Can you please raise your right hand?
Good morning.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Inspector Linda Holloway on behalf of the city. Case number and property address is read. I re-inspected the property yesterday. We're here to ask for an extension. I re-inspected the property yesterday on my pre-hearing inspection, and she's getting really, really close to compliance. I think an additional 21 days should suffice, Ms. McGuire?
Yes, and I underestimated myself on the amount of work, so I'm going to hire a landscaping company, I believe, to help.
Okay.
All right, now is 21 days going to be adequate?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
All right, I'm going to grant a 21-day extension and stay the fines as of this day. Okay.
Thank you.
Let's get this taken care of in the next 3 weeks.
Yes, it'll look great.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. McGuire. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Linda.
Our next case, Senior Linda Holloway, page 48, property address 1023 Northwest 7 Terrace, owner Minnie Brown, case number CE 19120868. This case was first heard on 9/23/20 to comply by 10/28/20. 2 sections complied at $25. This is a request for an extension.
Good morning, Ms. Brown. Can you please raise your right hand?
Raise your right hand.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you, Minnie.
Good morning, Your Honor. Since the request for an extension, I met with the property owner and her granddaughter. I went over what needed to be done. The property has since been brought into compliance. So she doesn't need an extension at this point. She needs to, she wanted to request waive or reduce the
remove the fines.
Okay.
Okay.
Holloway, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes. So she wasn't really clear on the what she needed to do to bring the landscaping into compliance. Once I met with her and her family and explained what had to be done, they complied the property immediately. She did have some financial hardships. So the city has a administrative cost of $718. Whatever you can do, Your Honor, the city doesn't oppose to, the best that you can do in this case.
Okay, on behalf of the owner.
Hi, good morning, Your Honor. This is Terry. I'm her granddaughter. This is my grandmother, Minnie. I'm speaking on her behalf. When she first initially got this case, it was a different inspector.
Excuse me, Terry.
Yes.
Please raise your right hand, please. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. When she first got this case, she had a different inspector, like Ms. Linda had said. We wasn't aware of the other issues that was caused with the case. And my grandma is asking you guys to remove the fines because she's on a fixed income and she got everything done that you guys asked her to do immediately done after that. And everything was taken care of. And I do ask that it does be removed as well on her behalf.
Okay, so we're down to the landscaping and 28 days sufficient.
No, Your Honor, the property is actually now in compliance. It was brought into compliance last Wednesday.
It is in compliance?
Yes, sir. So she's requesting that the fines be removed altogether, and the city does not oppose to the removal of the fines being waived.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. I'm going to waive the fines. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 18. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 20110955, case address 629 Southeast Fifth Avenue. Owner Fort Proof Rockland Trust, Fort Proof Trustee LLC. Property posted 2421, posted at City Hall 12821.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Hold on, guys. Good morning, Andreen. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Inspector, presenting case number CE 20110955 for the property located at 629 Southeast Fifth Avenue. Inspection of the property was performed on November 30th, 2020 and cited for the following violations. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swale. This is a recurring violation. This case is presented here to the special magistrate as a recurring violation for prior cases CE 20090038, CE 20061158, CE 1909095. Whether it or not, it comes into compliance before the hearing. Courtesy notice was mailed and posted on the property on November 30th, 2020, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the property representative and final notice sent on December 28th of 2020. A pre-hearing inspection was done on February 22nd, 2021. And the pictures presented here were taken to confirm that the violation is in compliance. Your Honor, this case is only for a finding of fact, sir.
All right. Is the owner here?
No, I'm the property manager representing the owner.
All right. Anything you need to add? Apparently it is in compliance now.
That is correct.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to make a finding of fact that the violation did exist. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is 19. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 20120472, case address 633 Southeast Fifth Avenue, numbers 1 through 4. Owner Fort Proof Rockland Trust, Fort Proof Trustee LLC. Property posted 2/4/2021, posted at City Hall 12821.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Inspector, presenting case number CE 20120472 for the property located at 633 Southeast Fifth Avenue. Inspection of the property was performed on December 14th of 2020 and cited for the following violations. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and on its swale. This is a recurring violation. This case is presented before you, sir, as a recurring violation for the cases CE 2006-1157, CE 2009-0040, CE 2009-0098, whether it comes into compliance or not. Notice was mailed and posted on the property on December 14, 2020, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the property representative. Final notice mailed to the property owner December 28th of 2020. A pre-hearing inspection was done on February 22nd of this year, and pictures presented here are taken to confirm that the violation is in compliance. Again, sir, this is a finding of fact case.
Okay. All right, on behalf of the owner.
Yes, I'm the property manager representing the owner.
All right, so the same situation as the other one, we're now in compliance. Make a finding of fact that the violation did exist.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you. Do I now just log off, sir? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Our next case is on page 30. 1682. Property address 761 Southeast 17th Street. Owner 17th Street Plaza LLC, in care of SFLRE Group LLC. Case number CE 20110682. This case was first cited on 11/25/20 to comply by 11/26/20. One section complied at $250. City requests full amount of $2,750. This is an administrative hearing.
Okay.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Do we have
Good morning, everyone. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case number CE 20110682 for the property located at 761 Southeast 17th Street. Inspection of the property was performed on November 19, 2020 and cited for the following violation. 17-2.A, animals were heard barking for more than 5 minutes uninterrupted. A notice, the notice of citation number 0223 was actually hand delivered to the property owner and manager on November 24th of 2020, allowing to come into immediate cease and desist of the dogs being heard or barking. Contact has been made several times or numerous times with the property owner and or the manager. Compliance was heard on December 8th of 2020, and a total of 11 days was not in compliance at $250 per day, equaling $2,750 accumulated, sir. I believe the property, the owner of the business or a representative is here to speak on their behalf, sir.
This was a citation.
Yes, sir. This is a citation.
The appeal deadline was December 10th, 2020.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor, this is an administrative appeal hearing. They did appeal timely.
Okay. On behalf of the owner,
Yes, Your Honor. This is Karen Lowell. I'm the attorney for the Barker's Pet Center. This is a business that's been here since 2009. They have at the same location, and the business is for it's the dog grooming, boarding, training, and it's a kennel. They when they first opened, they had hired attorney Courtney Crush to get all the proper permitting, zoning. There was even a special zoning hearing that they were going to be opening this in the area, and there were no objections at that time. They included soundproofing inside the building. And then in 2010, there was a complaint about dog barking that ended up before a special magistrate, just like today. And I provided the relevant pages of the code enforcement detail records that were provided to me by the city. And even though they were cited under, this case is under, I think it's actually 17-7.2A, not 17-2A. And back in 2010, it was under a similar provision under Ordinance 6-7, subsection B1. But at that time, the magistrate focused on Ordinance 47-18.25, which is specific to kennels and boarding facilities for pets. And Terry Burgess, who's I guess now the building services manager, provided an opinion for the city attorney, then Ginger Wald, regarding the soundproofing outside. And Mr. Burgess gave his opinion. The soundproofing was only required for the building itself and not for the outdoor exercise area, and that was limited to a time frame of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. per the city's ordinance. So that was in 2010. That case was dismissed. To my knowledge, there were no fines. And Barker's has been following those time limitations for over a decade without incident until this recent complaint. So now they have made efforts after Mr. Had complained. They now have been, they take the dogs out in smaller groups. They have restricted certain games. The dogs get excited and bark a lot. They've restricted swimming pool time, which is another thing that causes them to get very excited. And then on December 20th of 2020, Barker spent over $1,000 to try some acoustic fencing material that they put on the side closest to the complainant's home. And to our knowledge, I mean, after putting these things in effect, there has been no further violation. They've made every attempt that they could to do this, but in order to operate a boarding and grooming center, the dogs have to go outside. So we're just trying to find a way to work with the complainant here so that he can have peace. But to my knowledge, in the over 11 years, he's the only person who has complained.
Your Honor, if I may, Portia Williams, Compliance Manager for the City of Fort Lauderdale. So a few things. I do not disagree that the noise proofing only applies to indoor. I did check with zoning in November of 2020 to confirm this. The violation that we actually cited Barker's for is the amount of vocalizations within a minute. So there is an issue with Barker's violating the city's noise ordinance. Aside from that, I also want to note for the record that Bryant is not the only property owner that has complained. I've also received emails from other neighbors with complaints about the noise. So I just want to make sure that the city's position is clear regarding the case.
okay, Ms. Montoya, this is a citation case. Can you
Yes, sir.
help me put this in perspective?
So, and your question was well taken, Your Honor. For the record, Rhonda Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. counsel for the property owner is correct, and I think Katrina also said, they did timely appeal the citation, so the property owner is disputing the finding that the dogs were barking for more than 5 minutes uninterrupted.
So at this point, it's in essence an administrative hearing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And having reviewed the ordinance, my understanding is at this point, my option is to simply impose the fine. Is that correct?
Well, to the extent that that you believe that, and I know that there's at least another person on the Zoom hearing that may want to speak, but to the extent that you have been provided evidence that the violation exists, then there would be a finding for the city.
I'm sorry, repeat the last sentence again.
Of course. I said to the extent if you feel that the city has shown that a violation exists through its testimony and or testimony of others, then the finding would be that the citation, should be upheld, that the appeal would be denied.
Your Honor,
yes.
The neighbor, Brian, he has his hand raised because he would like to speak.
Exactly.
Hi, good morning. I live directly behind the Barker's Pet Resort, and this has been ongoing for almost a year now. We finally got the city to respond to the appropriate noise ordinance. We as neighbors have also tried to work directly with Vida, the owner of the Barker's Pet Resort. But to this day, like clockwork, we can continue to experience disruption from this business. It's roughly 15 to 20 dogs that go out at the same time, and it's incredibly disruptive on a daily basis. It is hard for the city to notice that it's a violation because it lasts for intermittent periods of time. But this is still a nuisance and a disturbance to those who live directly behind the pet center. So they have not made enough effort to mitigate the noise coming from the barking dogs. So I do ask that you impose the fine to this business, but also come up with some sort of solution for the soundproofing, because 15 to 20 dogs barking every single day, it's just very challenging to live next to.
Your Honor, may I say something?
Yes. Tell me who you are.
My name is Vida Murali, and I do own the Barker's Pet Center. We opened in 2009. We did have proper zoning ordinance, and we were granted kennel and doggy daycare license. And we were informed that to use the yard outside as a play area, we must allow the dogs after 7 a.m. and not after 7 p.m. So between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. That is a noise ordinance for kennels. And in the last 10 years, that's our operating hours. We open at 7 and we close at 7. Dogs, they do bark playfully, and this is our business. The city of Fort Lauderdale gave us a license and permission to operate in a commercial area as a kennel. So my customers, they are dogs. I cannot put a muzzle on them or shock collars, as Mr. Brian advised us. He also calls the business, cusses our employees. He calls and he told me that his mission in life is to shut my business down because it interrupts his book reading time. We also got to the point that we had to file a police report because he was stalking my young employees.
Not accurate. No
And this
police report has been filed.
is becoming, for me, I can run the business, having taking the dogs out 2 minutes at a time. So I need clear directions from you. Can I operate a business as a kennel and my noise ordinance is 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.? Or, I cannot be in business and I have to let all my 30 employees go because one person does not like dogs.
Okay, all right, well, let's stay focused. This is in essence an administrative hearing. And my interpretation of the ordinance is based on the evidence and the testimony, I'm going to deny the appeal and impose the fine of $2,750. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 38, Inspector Will Snyder. Oh, I'm sorry. Gus, you're already standing there, so we're going to page 17. I'm sorry. Page 17, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, property address 706 Southeast 12th Street. Owner, Domus Contemporary Living LLC, case number CE 201-00384. Notice posted at the property on 1/19/21, posted at City Hall 1/28/21.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Courtney, if you can hear us, can you please unmute? Courtney, if you can hear us, can you please unmute?
Okay, Your Honor, we will recall that case when she comes back. Our next case is on page 37. Property address 1812 Northwest 8th Place. Owner, Robert Farrell. Barnes GM Farrell, case number CE 1905-1933. This case was first heard on 12/5/19 to comply by 1/9/20. One section complied at $25. City is requesting the full amount. We are also requesting to vacate order of 3/5/20.
Good morning. Please unmute your microphone and raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? We can't hear you. Hello? Can you hear me?
Mr. Andres, can you hear us? Sir, if you can hear us, we cannot hear you. Please check the settings on your microphone. Sir, please press the arrow that's pointing upward next to your microphone button and toggle your microphone settings. See if you could change them so it could kick in. Sir, once again, if you can hear us, we cannot hear you. If you're having issues with your microphone, I would suggest you use our call-in feature. If you press the arrow pointing up next to the mute button, you'll see an option that says switch to phone audio. Please click that and follow the prompts. Once you're in, we will
Hello, can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Yes, sir. Please raise your.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Supervisor Bass for the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. The case is CE 1905193, property address 1812 Northwest 8th Place. Your Honor, the reason why we asked to vacate the order and to rehear is because the property owner is saying that when they took ownership of the property, that they wasn't aware that it was an outstanding hearing that had already commenced. So in order for the new property owner to be heard, we asked for the previous order to be vacated and for it to be reheard, Your Honor. But with the clarity that it's up to the title company, the buyer and the seller, to disclose that information, that the property already has a current violation and fines that have already accrued on the property. So with that being said, the city is still asking for full imposition of the fines. We're just giving the now current property manager the time to speak on behalf of the property.
So I'm inclined to grant the motion to vacate the prior order.
And we would like to rehear it under the city's request still for full imposition of the fines.
Okay, owner.
Yes, I'm the property manager actually representing the owner.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the property at this hearing. At the second hearing of the imposing fine is from March 5th, 2020, when we, as the new owner, were not notified of the special magistrate hearing. The reason is that we purchased the property on February 14th, 20, so it was 2 weeks before the hearing, from an old couple. I contacted Gustavo Kirkus prior. He's actually the inspector who gave the violation for this property prior that. And we met there at the location regarding the violations, and he gave me actually hints how to close the violations. The sale got recorded on February 20th, 2020, and we complied on February 25th, 2020, so within 5 days, including the weekend, Saturday, Sunday. However, the previous owner got notified of the special magistrate, although city was informed that actually we are planning on purchasing the property. Once we received the order of imposing fine after the special magistrate hearing was on March 5th, and we couldn't represent ourselves, I contacted via email back then Irma Westbrook, who was the supervisor, and Gustavo Kerkes, who is the city inspector. This was on April 3rd, 2020. Please see my attachments of the email chain that I provided. I hope you can see that. I did not hear back from them, so I sent them a request email again on April 15, 2020. So after that, I received an email from Supervisor Stephanie Bass, who noted in the email that you can see I highlighted in yellow. Looking into the case history, I do not see evidence of property being posted with a notice of hearing. Also, she mentioned that being that I don't see a posting in the case attachments, I will reach out to the admin supervisor and request for the March 5th, 20 order imposing the fine to be abated and rescheduled for the hearing. So far, until now, I didn't receive any regarding the admin supervisor mistakes. So as you can see, we have the old couple that we purchased the property from. There were many administrative problems regarding this case, why we did not receive any notification. We contacted multiple times the inspectors. We complied in 5 days, including the weekend, and stayed on the top of the case. And also in January this year, I requested again from Supervisor Bass to hear our case again. Therefore, we are asking to reduce the fines to the 5 days that we own the property at this location, not the full 47 days.
Your Honor, if I could speak, please, just to go back over some of the statements made by the property manager. I think some of the information that's being presented is kind of like being mispresented. At no time was the property manager told that we were going to vacate any fines. That was not told. We told him that abate any fines, I'm sorry. We said that we would vacate the previous order only because he stated that because when they took over ownership, they wasn't aware that a hearing had already occurred. I made it clear in the email, which I don't see highlighted, that we would still be asking for full imposition of the fines when we rehear the case, because as I stated previously, that once ownership takes over, that through the title company, the seller and the buyer, they should make sure that they have a clear title to see if it's any open cases on the property or if any fines or liens are on the property. What I did tell him is that I did not see a posting on the property itself. However, our administrative staff did receive, did do the due diligence of making sure that certified mail was sent out to the owner at that time, which was not the current property manager. He didn't know about the previous case because he wasn't the owner at the time. However, when they took over ownership, they should have made sure that they had a clear title, that no cases were open or no pending violations or fines were on the property.
All right, I have to agree with the city's position, and I'm going to impose the fine.
Can I just say one more thing, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you. Actually, this was in the beginning of last year. And if you remember, and Inspector Bass can confirm as well, that the city went to the new system the year before end of that year. So it was October, I think, 2019. The whole city system shut down for more than a month. So multiple months, the records wasn't straight in the system, in the new system. The new system wasn't actually user-friendly, nor we could see any actually violations on that. So probably that's what actually everybody made a mistake in administrative-wise, and no one was informed actually imposing the fine. But we did all our best actually in order to comply with the case, which we did, and informed them pictures to the inspector, and also following up actually with all the cases, as I mentioned to you before. So we stayed on the top of it. That's why I'm asking actually to reducing the fine.
Your Honor, even with the system being changed over from Community Plus to Excella, that does not excuse the fact that a proper lien search could have been conducted to ensure that there was no open cases or fines on the property, Your Honor.
But if the system is not up and running, which you confirm that actually we are not able to run the records.
We've got to stop
to
this.
get the information from.
Okay, I've heard plenty of information, and I'm prepared to rule, and I'm going to impose the full amount of the fines, $1,175. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 12, Inspector Vaughn Malakias, case number CE 200-30072, property address 744 Northwest 2nd Ave, owner Community 8 Properties LLC. Notice posted at the property on 1/12/21, posted at City Hall 1/28/21.
After this case, let's take a brief recess. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Malax for the city presenting case number CE 2003072 for the address listed at 744 Northwest 2nd Ave. The property was first inspected on March 16, 2020 as a result of a complaint received, and the following violations were discovered. 9-306, exterior structure is not being maintained. There are exposed areas of rotted wood in section along the fascia and suffix area. 47-2020H, the parking facility is not maintained. There are cracks and potholes discovered about the surface. 18-12A, overgrown trash, litter, and debris. Notice of violation was posted to the property. Photos were taken, and 30 days were allowed to bring the property into compliance for the various violations. Notice was mailed out to the property owner listed on Broward County Property Appraisers First Class Mail on March 17, 2020. On multiple re-inspections of the property on July, October, December of 2020, all violations were still found in existence. A pre-hearing inspection on Monday, the 22nd, 2021 showed violations still existing as depicted in the photos. The case has then been scheduled for today's hearing. The city is requesting 56 days to comply or a daily fine of $100 a day for each violation until the violations are brought into compliance.
All right. Anyone here on behalf of the owner?
Sir, you are muted. Please press *6 to unmute.
I'm still on the phone. Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Hello, thank you so much. So I'm representing the owner and the property manager for this location. And I would like to request to vacate this from the agenda as we did not receive the inspection report back last year in March, nor did we receive actually the final order. We received 3 times, however, the notice of the hearing for the past 1 or 2 weeks. But in the meantime, I understand there is the violation. As you can see, the inspector took pictures 3 days ago. Ever since actually in the afternoon, we painted the fascia board. We painted the cracks on the wall of the exterior, so that has been taken care of. I'm not sure regarding the overgrowth. I found at the corner, it is a corner property, what is regarding the overgrowth, because the overgrowth should be in compliance as there was a small bush, which actually personally myself in the morning of the inspection, I cut it. So I think that should be in compliance. Also picked up the trash, so the trash should be in compliance as well. And the only remainder, I think, violation should be only the driveways, which we are going to take care of that. So if you provide us a little bit more time.
Okay. All right. I find that each of the violations do exist, 56 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter on each.
Thank you very much, Young.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do those. Let's do those.
Go ahead. The other 2 cases.
Let's go ahead and finish up. Please. Oh, okay.
Yep.
Oh, it's the same building? Yes. Okay, and we're on page
12. This one.
Okay, I thought we just ruled on that.
Stephanie? It's 15. Yeah. Oh, he saw the photos. Thank you. Taking the recess now? Okay, recess now. Recess now.
At this time, we're gonna have a quick recess.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Our next case is on page 15 at the bottom. Inspector Vaughn Malakas, property address 423 Northwest 13th Ave. Owner, Goran Dragoslavic. Case number CE 2006-0246. Notice posted at the property on 12621, posted at City Hall 12821. Where's your pen here?
Mr. Andres, please press *6 to unmute.
Once again, good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Malakas, City presenting case number CE 2006-0246 for the address listed as 423 Northwest 13th Avenue. The property was first inspected on June 5th, 2020 as a result of a complaint received, and the following violations were discovered. 47-2020H, the parking facility at this property was not found to be maintained. The stripes above the surface were faded or non-existent. 9-280B, there are building parts such as the interior ceiling, bedroom walls found in disrepair due to deterioration. 9-308A, roof not in good repair and is not weathertight due to sections of deterioration, which was complied. Notice of violation was posted to the property, photos taken and allowed 30 days to comply for the various violations. Notice mailed out to property owner, listed on Broward County Property Appraisers, first class on June 6, 2020. A re-inspection of the property in September, October, and December of 2020 discovered violations were still existing. The pre-hearing inspection on Monday the 22nd, 2021 showed violations still existing as depicted in the photos. Case was scheduled for the day's hearing. The city is requesting 56 days to comply or a daily fine of $50 a day for each violation that is not in compliance.
And repeat the days and proposed fine.
Reinspection on the property, September, October, and December of 2020.
Your recommendation.
City is requesting 56 days to comply or a daily fine of $50 a day for each violation until these violations are brought into compliance.
Okay. And on behalf of the owner.
This is Andres Flores on behalf of the owner. Regarding this violation, we didn't receive the inspection for a report in a mail, and we didn't receive the final order. We received again the notice of hearing multiple times. These are the cases with Inspector Malakios that he inherited from a previous inspector. So that's why actually it might be the issue why we received only the notice of hearings. Regarding the property, regarding the roof, we complied. We pulled the permit in August 14th, 2020. And we passed the final inspection on September 25th. So regarding the roof, that should be in compliance. We did everything by the books. Regarding the ceiling, as you can see, we replaced well, it collapsed and it was water damaged. The only thing actually we might extra do, but that's just an extra, to paint it. Regarding the AC, that's something new that we had to replace the wall AC unit because the previous AC didn't work, so we had to replace it. As you can see, the AC is something new. This wasn't there, I don't know, back when the violation was opened, I think last June or something like that. Regarding the driveway, we are going to seal coat it and restripe it, absolutely.
Okay, I find that each of the violations does exist. 56 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter on each.
Thank you.
Our next case is at the top of page 15, property address 1816 Northwest 8th Place. CE 20110012, owner Community 8 Properties LLC. Notice posted at the property on 11321, posted at City Hall 12821.
Inspector Malakis for the city presenting case number CE 201-10012 for the address listed as 1816 Northwest 8th Place. This property was first inspected on December 1st, 2020 as a result of a complaint received and the following violations were discovered. 18-12A, there's trash, rubbish, litter, and debris at the property. 9-306, the exterior structure not maintained, structural parts including fascia, unpainted, some of the sections found with exposed rotted areas of wood, exterior walls found discolored and in need of painting. 9-280B, building parts such as interior ceiling consisting of rotted areas of exposed wood, kitchen counter, cabinets found deteriorated and in disrepair. 9-308A, roof is not in good repair, found leaking due to sections of deterioration, which is now complied. 9-280H1, the fence of the property is in disrepair, not being maintained as required, which is also complied. Notice was posted to the property and photos were taken to allow 15 days to comply for various violations. Notice mailed out to property owner listed on Broward County Property Appraisers via first-class mail on December 2nd, 2020. A re-inspection of the property on December 16th, 2020 discovered violations still existing. Pre-hearing inspection on Tuesday, the 23rd, 2021 showed violations still existing as depicted in the photos. This case was scheduled for today's hearing. The city is requesting 56 days to comply or a daily fine of $25 a day for each violation until the violations are brought into compliance.
Okay, all right. On behalf of the owner.
On behalf of the owner, I'm the property manager. Yes, we did receive the inspection report and the notice of the hearing, absolutely. And we are going to comply with the regarding the laundry room roof. Actually, as you can see, we completely replaced the roof of the property itself on December 30th last year completely. We just have to do that. This is the laundry room. So this is the side of the building that we are going to actually replace. We did ask for the exterminators to go out. That's what we did. As you can see on the picture right now, we completely replaced the kitchen cabinet. We just have to put maybe some caulk below it, as you can see, and then fix it up a little bit. But regarding the ceilings, we did it actually throughout the property except the laundry room.
All right, I find that each violation does exist, 56 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter on each.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are recalling the case on page 30 with Inspector Luke Boudrum, Supervisor Reggie Wright presenting case number CE 201-01032. Case address 904 East Los Olas Boulevard, owner 904 ELO LLC. This case was first cited on 10/31/2020 to comply by 11/1/2020. One section complied at $250 per day, $250 accrued. The city is requesting a finding of fact and that the full amount of $250 be imposed.
Your Honor, just for clarification, and Rhonda Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office, we're recalling the case because it was I know it was the first case we called today and staff was not aware that I had discussions with counsel who was going to be appearing later, and he's here now because he had a circuit court hearing. So we wanted to just rehear the case to provide counsel that courtesy because we are in agreement on the disposition of the matter. Mr. Tyler, it was heard first thing this morning and I couldn't get my mute off quick enough, so I wanted to just rehear it. We had already agreed that the finding that you had agreed, but obviously wanted to have you make your appearance.
No, thank you, Rhonda, and I always appreciate the professionalism from you and the other attorneys at the City Attorney's Office. Yes, so we've agreed that the violation occurred and we agreed that it was only 1 day. And I think that's the stipulation we have, and it'll be $250 fine.
And according to my notes, that's what we did.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct.
Before you go, could you state your name for the record and raise your right hand?
Jack Seiler, Seiler.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do, and what I just stated was the truth earlier.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so is the record clear on this that the fine that was imposed was $250?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Seiler.
Hey, thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate the courtesy. And thank you, Rhonda.
Our next case is on page 38. Inspector Will Schneider, property address 405 Coral Way, owner Carlos Vieira. Case number CE 1908-1904. This case was first heard on 1/16/20 to comply by 2/13/20. Fine suspended as noted in the agenda. One section not complied at $50. City is requesting a full amount of $4,300, which continues to accrue.
Good morning, Courtney. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do. And I apologize when you called me on an earlier case when it tried to engage and activate. It just spun and I was not able to join, so I apologize.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 1908-1904 for the property located at 405 Coral Way. Case was first heard January 16, 2020. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city and the property owner was ordered to correct violations at the property by February 13, 2020. This case was granted suspension of fines due to COVID-19 pandemic relief from 3/16/2020 to 9/4/2020. This case was next heard September 23rd, 2020. The magistrate granted an extension and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at the property by January 20th, 2021. The violation at this property remains, however, permit PM-19052875 was amended to include exterior renovations as it was cited in the original inspection report. The city is requesting 163-day extension and suspension of fines to allow for the completion of the permitted work.
I'm sorry, city's requesting
163-day extension and suspension of fines to allow for the completion of permitted work.
All right. Good morning, Ms. Crush.
Good morning, Your Honor. Courtney Crush on behalf of the property owner. We would appreciate the extension of time. Your Honor, this is a home which is being significantly renovated. As Inspector Snyder noted, there was a question about whether the renovation permit included exterior renovation. So the loan outstanding code violation is for exterior maintenance. The other matters about the condition of the job site have been complied. The exterior of the home will not be completed for a significant amount of time. It has windows installed. A roof is going on in the next, re-roof is going on in the next 30 to 60 days. So as this home is being carefully renovated, we would appreciate the time, and I understand the only way to comply the case is to complete the home. So while it seems like a significant extension, we would appreciate your consideration of Inspector Snyder's recommendation.
All right, we're going to grant a 161-day extension and stay the fines as of this date.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Inspector, also.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 17. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, property address 706 Southeast 12th Street, owner Domus Contemporary Living LLC, case number CE 201-00384. Notice posted at the property on 1/19/21, posted at City Hall 1/28/21.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good morning. morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Inspector presenting case number CE 201000384. I'm sorry, wrong case number. Is that the correct? 706 Southeast 12th Street? Yes, 706 Southeast 12th Street. Inspection of the property was performed on October 8th of 2020 and cited for the following violations. 9-304B, there are vehicles, trailers parked on the grass lawn area. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this vacant property and its soil area. 47-21.9.m, sections of this vacant lot have no lawn cover as required. All undeveloped portions of a parcel of land shall be left undisturbed or planted within ground cover or lawn so as to leave no exposed soil in order to prevent dust or soil erosion. 47-34.1.8.1. There is illegal land use occurring at this property. There are vehicles that are being stored on this vacant lot. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner as listed on BCPA via first class mail on October 8th of 2020, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. No contact has been made just recently this week with the property representatives. Final notice was mailed to the property owners as per BCPA on October 26, 2020. Pre-hearing inspection was done on February 22nd of this year, and pictures presented here were taken to confirm the following violations have not been brought into compliance. The city is requesting 35 days to come into compliance for a daily fine of $50 for each of the violations that exist.
On behalf of the owner.
Your Honor, not on behalf of the owner. I represent the mortgagee on this property, and the property is in foreclosure. I don't know if anyone is here on behalf of the owner.
All right.
And if not, Your Honor, this is a foreclosure case where there has been a sale date both set and canceled in part due to COVID, and most recently on February 8th due to the property owner filing bankruptcy. I understand it's for the second time, which imposes a 30-day stay. The mortgagee counsel is seeking to get that stay lifted and therefore have the foreclosure sale reset. The mortgagee has been spontaneously mowing the grass and would appreciate an extension of time to be able to take control of the property so that it can enforce the city's regulations. The stay currently, while we believe it will be dismissed, the stay that was resulting from the recently filed bankruptcy is a 30-day stay. And we need to get that removed and then have a reset sale date.
Okay, so is there a federal bankruptcy stay currently in place?
There is, Your Honor. It's looks like the case was assigned case number 21-40042. The foreclosure case is CACE 174676. So yes, while the second bankruptcy filing may not be appropriate, we still need to get the federal stay lifted and then get a reset sale date. So I appreciate Inspector Caracas's recommendation of a 35-day extension. If the city and Your Honor would consider 45 or 60 days, I think practically that's what it's going to take to get the stay removed and the sale date reset.
Yeah, Ms. Montoya.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any idea about the federal bankruptcy stay affecting us?
I mean, Basically, Your Honor, unless the city undertakes the remediation of the property, not necessarily, I guess we could also remove the vehicles in theory, but if the city removed the overgrowth, trash, debris, we could, bill the property owner. That hard cost would survive either a bankruptcy generally or a foreclosure action. At this point, there's no stay as to the city specifically enforcing. Council has informed us. I mean, we can allow for a certain amount of time. But I'm going to guess that the property owner is probably going to ignore the order.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
Your Honor, the city has actually been picking up trash throughout some time now, and we have been billing the property owner. The vacant lot itself has been used by the surrounding neighbors as a dumping site, so it's very unsightly, especially on the 12th Street area. There's a overgrown bush, and vagrant people actually live underneath it, and that's why we get involved. This is not something that has just recently happened. This is an ongoing situation with us picking up the trash, cleaning it up. Then a couple of days later, more trash gets. It's a revolving thing. We need the property owner or representative, to at least start acknowledging the trash and the overgrowth that is unsightly, at least for the property owners around on the southeast 12th Street area.
Unfortunately, due to the bankruptcy and the foreclosure, any fines that would accrue on this case basically are going to be invalidated as a matter of law by either or both of those proceedings.
And I was advised by the realtor who's is involved in this. I think they are comfortable that the mortgagee can mow the grass, and I will advise that they should also clean it up. I think the concern was trying to go any further and remove vehicles and the access point where I guess one of the neighboring properties is driving across it. He's not comfortable that we can take that next step, but we can have the mortgagee not only cut the grass, but cut back the overgrowth. And I was not aware about vagrants sleeping under the bush, but I can address that. And again, if the city would consider a brief extension, greatly appreciated. The owner has been trying to get control of this property for a while.
Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to find that each violation does exist. I'm going to 42 days to comply, $50 per day thereon.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay,
thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Inspector. Thank you, Counselor.
Our next case is on page 41. Inspector Patrice Jolly. Property address 1509 Northeast 5th Court. Case number CE 200-20959. Owner, Victoria Park Venture LLC. This case was first cited on 8/26/20 to comply by 9/5/20. One section complied at $200. City is requesting the full amount, $32,600.
Just 1 second here. Okay. All right, very good.
Patrice? Good morning, Fabiola, please.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand. Just a second, I'm waiting on Claudia.
Hi, and I'm Claudia's son. She's walking in a minute. She's just went to the bathroom. She'll be here in 2 seconds. I apologize.
Okay.
Okay. On behalf of the city.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Patrice Jolly on behalf of the city. Case number CE2.
Waiting on the respondent. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, is this the respondent?
Is she almost here? We can't hear you.
Yeah, she's walking on.
Your Magistrate, Claudia is having problems logging on at the moment. She did ask if I could continue with your permission on her behalf.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Patrice Jolly with the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number CE20020959, address 1509 Northeast 5th Court. This property was in violation of violation 15-281.A. There's a vacation rental with an expired certificate of compliance at this location. The property was first cited back in March 9th of 2020. They had a 10-day inspection report that was issued to the property. A citation was also issued and posted on August 26th in 2020. There actually was a total of 15 inspections done to check if the property and the listing was removed online, but the listing remained. The city is requesting the full imposition of fine.
Okay, all right. Okay, on behalf of the owner.
On behalf of the owner, yes, my name is Fabiola Torres, and I would like to address, obviously, the issue. I was not aware of the first violation in March. For my first perspective, it was in about August that I submitted the documentation that is usually necessary for the vacation rental on a yearly basis. And it came back. There was some information that was either incorrect or needed. Last year, obviously with COVID, the situation was a little, gray because of all the regulations with the governor. And I was unaware of, the confusion of, whether it was going to be on or not. Finally deciding that, just for personal issues and personal safety, that we weren't going to continue with the actual property being used as a vacation rental. Little did I know, and obviously because of personal issues and personal losses due to COVID, didn't really have my head in the game, if you will, and did not and was not aware that it was active. There was, I have been up to now a compliance because I was made aware, one of the city workers did make me aware that it was on Flip Key. So I called Flip Key and have since taken that out. So basically, Your Majesty, I'm asking for leniency on the actual dollar amount.
Sorry, you're asking for?
Leniency for the fees, because I no longer, the property itself is no longer used for vacation rental. It has not made any money in the amounts of last year's COVID issues. It has been taken out, and I have since this year signed a actual lease where I'm residing the residency.
All right, on behalf of the city, anything else?
Nothing else around the city is not opposed.
Okay. All right, we got a very substantial fine here, out of compliance, 163 days. Okay. I'm gonna impose fines of $3,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Our next case is at the bottom of page 41. Inspector Patrice Jolly, property address 1437 Northwest 10th Place. Owner Molly Pearl King, case number CE 1812-1830. This case was first heard on 7/18/19. To comply by 9/5/19. Fine suspended as stated in the agenda. One section not complied at $25 equals $7,325. One section complied at $25, $2,875. City requests a full amount of $10,200, which continues to accrue.
Please unmute your microphone, Kenneth. Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Patrice Jolly on behalf of the city. Case number CE 1812-1830, located at 1437 Northwest 10th Place. This case first came before the special magistrate on July 18, 2019, where the evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city. These violations were first cited on January 10, 2019, and a total of 15 inspections were made on the property. Also, two extensions were granted, one for 65 and one for 91 days. I've been in contact with the property owner and her son for the duration of this case. Yesterday, I did go to the property and took some photos. The grass has been fixed. That was the last violation for 9305. And they're just here, and the city's requesting just an administrative cost of $856.
All right. On behalf of the owner.
I can't see.
Sir, did you understand what the inspector said?
Yes. He said $800.
Yeah, $856.
Okay, well, we don't have that money to be paid.
Well, what is that?
You got like almost $10,000 in fines. So I'm going to impose administrative cost $856.
What is that?
Okay, well, sir, I understand that. My mom.
And I don't have money to give away. I get a check every month, and that's all I get.
My mom, she gets only Social Security, so she.
I understand.
I don't have any money to give away. I'm sorry.
Okay, I've made my ruling. Thank you. We need to call the next case.
What do you think?
Our next case is on page 42. Property address 1025 Northwest 11th Ave. Owner David Davis, Johnny Davis, case number CE 1906-2129. First heard on 11/7/19. To comply by 11/7/19, fine suspended as noted in the agenda. 6 sections complied at $25. City is requesting a full amount of $9,650.
Mr. Davis,
Hello?
please state your name for the record.
Turn it back on.
No, we going off now.
My name is David Davis.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Patrice Jolly on behalf of the city. Case number CE 1906-2129, located at 1025 Northwest 11th Avenue. This case first came before the special magistrate on November 7, 2019, where the evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city. These violations were first cited on June 28, 2019. A total of 10 inspections were conducted on the property, with a total of 2 extensions granted. The property owner has been in contact with me throughout his compliance, and the city is requesting a reduced, administrative cost of $709.
$709.
$709.
Okay. Okay. We have contact with the owner.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Davis?
Yes, speaking.
Did you understand what the inspector said?
Yeah, I understood exactly what he said. But what is not completed? That's what I don't get.
Everything is completed, sir. These are just administrative costs.
Yeah.
For the visits and the court dates.
We've reduced the fines from $9,650 to administrative cost of $709.
So everything is completed. Now I just have to do a $709.
Correct. $709 instead of $9,650.
Okay. How do I go about paying that? About monthly, or how should I pay that?
Order in the mail.
Beg your pardon? Beg your pardon?
You will receive an order in the mail.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Our next case is at the top of page 43, property address 1131 Northwest 16th Court, owner Harold S. Sparty Jr., case number CE 19070591. This case was first heard on 9/9/20 to comply by 9/19/20. 2 sections not complied at $25. 3 sections not complied. 3 sections complied at $25. City is requesting the full amount of $7,225, which continues to accrue. Also, we are requesting to vacate order of 11421.
Good morning. Please state your name.
I don't understand what you're saying.
What is your name, sir, please?
Harold Sparty.
Can you please raise your right hand so I can swear you in?
Go ahead.
And affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing. Can you hear me?
Please repeat that.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Patrice Jolly on behalf of the city. Case number CE 19070591 for the property located at 1131 Northwest 16th Court. This case was first heard on September 9, 2020, when the magistrate ruled for the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations on the property by 9/19. Mr. Sparty has been trying to get the property in compliance. I've been there numerous times. I met him there with the landscaper. I met him there with like help that he has to actually help him get the things done. And if possible, I would like to request just a stay of fines or an extension for him, 63 days, so he can get some more time to get these things done. He has been trying, but it's difficult for him, as I can see.
3 in compliance and 2 not in compliance, correct?
Yes, he's got major landscaping issue.
So you, all right. I'm inclined to grant a 63-day extension and stay the fines this date. Okay. Sir, do you understand what I just did?
You gave me 63 days to get my place in order.
Okay. And apparently there was a previous order that needs to be vacated.
Yes. Allow the 25th.
Okay. Vacate the prior order dated January 14th, 2021. Okay, stay in touch with Mr. Jolly, sir. All right?
Our next
Okay,
case,
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
our next case is on page 43. Property address 413 Southwest 25th Terrace, owner Wei Sing Inc., case number CE 201000487. This case was first cited on 10/14/20 to comply by 10/19/20. One section complied at $200. City is requesting the full amount of $11,400.
Okay, it's in compliance. This was a citation. Do we have any representative of the owner?
Good morning, Lena. Please unmute your microphone and raise your hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Patrice Jolly on behalf of the city. Case number CE 201000487. Address 413 Southwest 25th Terrace. The property was cited for a violation of operating a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. The citation was posted at the property on October 14, 2020, given 5 days to comply. The violation remained open until December 16th when it was complied, and we are here now seeking the imposition of the full amount of fines.
All right, on behalf of the owner?
Sir, we admit that we missed the first reminder for the renewal of the vacation. So, however, we submitted in October the 21st, and then we got it in compliance on October 23. And we have emails here proving that we already in compliance.
You're out of compliance for 57 days.
57 days? No, it was just a few days.
Or you say it's 52 days?
No, it was it was not 52 days, sir. It was the city starting to fine on October 20th. And due to the pandemic, working situation for my manager and I, we have our kids in the house. So we forgot to get renewal in August. So what happened was that we get reminder from the city again in October 19, I believe, or 20th, and submitted the paperwork on October 21st, and we get compliant on October 23rd. So I'm requesting for not fining the property due to the pandemic situation.
Okay, well, you've got total fines of $11,400.
Yeah, we would not have.
Yeah, but because they want to charge until.
But the city's records show that you're out of compliance.
Yeah, basically the fine was from October 20th to December 23rd, 2016. But we got to compliant and email proof here on October 23rd that we got into compliance.
Yeah, you came into compliance on December 16th.
No, No, we got an email here with the compliant in October 23rd, not December 16th.
Your Honor, can we recall this case? Your Honor,
Yes.
can we recall this case, please?
Okay. Yeah, let's recall the case.
Okay.
What's that mean?
Good morning. We're just going to do a little bit of research so we can get an accurate account of your case.
Oh, okay. Got it. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 43. Property address 1525 Northwest 15th Place. Owner Joseph Mayadine. Case number CE 1909-1273. This case was first heard on 2/2020 to comply by 3/120. Fine suspended. As noted in the agenda, 6 sections not complied at $25. City is requesting the full amount of $26,950, which continues to accrue.
The host has asked you to start your video. There you
Good morning, Joseph. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Patrice Jolly on behalf of the city. Case number CE 1909-1273. Property located at 1525 Northwest 15th Place. This case was first heard on February 20, 2020, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the owner was ordered to correct the violations at the property by March 1st, 2020. I have met with Mr. Mayadine a few times, and I also met them as recently as yesterday to go over the violations. The violations still do exist. The city is requesting an extension to get them, because I know Mr. Mayadine had health issues prior. So if we can get a 63-day extension for Mr. Mayadine, and we can go from there.
I'm sorry, how many days?
63. Because he has extensive things in his property. He needs a lot of work.
Okay, all right. I'm going to grant a 56-day extension and stay the fines of this state. 63? 63-day extension.
Your Honor, may I say something, sir?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Your Honor, as Mr. Jolly said, there are certain things on the property that I have no idea that those have to be removed, because I have like some chairs and table that we sit around in sometime in the afternoon, not every day, but sometime. And due to the fact he explained to me yesterday that those have to be removed also. And there are other things that he point out to me yesterday. And I know I explained to him that I will go ahead and move them due to my health issues.
Okay, well, sir, I've given you an extension of time to comply, so you need to work with the inspector to get this fixed, okay? That's what you need to do.
Yes, Your Honor. And what about the fine that he said is there outside?
We don't talk about that today. We talk about the fine when you come into compliance.
Okay, sir. All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Jolly.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I've made my ruling. Next case, please.
Our next case is on page 45. Property address 1941 Northwest 12th Ave. Case number CE 19110709. Owner E&R Holding Group LLC. This case was first heard on 9/23/20 to comply by 10/10/20. One section not complied at $50. City is requesting the full amount of $6,850, which continues to accrue.
Good. Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Patrice Jolly on behalf of the city, case CE 2009-0271 for the property located at 1941 Northwest 12th Avenue.
Jolly.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Good morning, Ron. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Patrice Jolly on behalf of the city. Case number CE 2009-0271 for the property located at 1941 Northwest 12th Avenue. This case was first heard on September 23rd, 2020, where the magistrate ruled for the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violation for this property by October 10, 2020. I've met with the property owner as recent as Friday, the 19th of this month. I had other meetings with them prior to this hearing to get the property into compliance, and they have failed to. So as of yesterday, I went there. It still wasn't violation in the morning, but he sent me some pictures in late afternoon. I wasn't able to go by and verify today or tomorrow. So I'm asking that I have at least today to go by and verify to comply the violation that remains.
All right. So I'm sorry. Your request is?
My request is a 1-day extension if I can, just to verify. I have to be able to verify that the pictures he sent me were actually of the house. So.
Okay. All right. That's granted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
How many days? 7?
7.
Seven days extension. 7 days.
Our next case is on page 46. For Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 201000758, case address 4040 Gulf Ocean Drive. Owner Vacations on the Beach Corp. This property was cited on 12/12/2020 to comply by 12/17/2020. One section complied at $200 per day, $7,600 accrued, and the city's requesting full amount.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, but we can't see you.
Okay, I'm trying. The screen just reset. Presentation PC.
Morning. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Gregory Schwank. I am the owner of the premise.
Okay,
Do you,
please.
I'm sorry, do you see me, please?
No, but please raise your right hand.
How about now?
We can see you now.
Okay, good. All right.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Patrice Jolly on behalf of the city. Case number CE 201000758. Property located at 4040 Gulf Ocean Drive. This property was cited for operating a vacation without a, for 15-272. The property is being rented and utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. The citation was issued on December 15, 2020, and the property and listings were removed and was in compliance on January 13, 2021. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines. January 21st, 2021 is the date of compliance.
Okay, so it's out of compliance 38 days. That's correct?
Yes.
Out of compliance 38 days.
Yes, sir.
Well, it would be 34 days, right? If you said it was the 21st, or is it the 25th?
The 25th.
Then it's 38 days.
Okay, on behalf of the owner.
Yes. I I received notice on November 27th that the property was in citation. To be honest with you, this is all new to me. The day I received the citation, it was on, the last three numbers was 756. That was the citation number. And then Mr. Jolly's was 758. So there's two citations on this. So the first one I received on, which was 756, I received it on November 27th. It was attached to the door. My next door neighbor took a picture of it. In conversation, we spoke. She mentioned there's a citation. So she took a picture, forwarded it to me, and I immediately started getting a hold of Miss Gail Williams, trying to speak to her, which we eventually ended up talking. I did submit some evidence showing proof that I did expedite this immediately after speaking. I already started reaching out to expediters to get the paperwork completed. Again, this is not something I was capable of doing. We did receive, the payment was already made on November 2nd, so it just goes to show how quickly along we moved with this. Just to go back, on November 27th, on the day that I actually did get the citation, I did shut down the site. Attached in the evidence, you will see that there is a screenshot of the site being shut down. I'm not sure if you guys have that in front of you. So I disabled the site on November 27th. December 12th, I received, it was the 11th, I'm sorry, December 11th, I received the Department of Business and Professional, the DBPR. Again, this all being new to me, I thought that was the license. I reactivated the site, only to get another letter, another citation put on the door. And I received that one on December 18th. So, I spoke to the expediter. She says, no, you have to go the whole way through. There's more work that's involved and more paperwork. So I did activate the site for those few days, my mistake. I did again deactivate the site on December 18th, and it stayed deactivated until I finally got the final paperwork from the city of Fort Lauderdale.
Your Honor, I just want to add, when he says it was the listing was disabled, if it shows that you're still have an active account and you're advertising, even though if you cannot book, it still constitutes as a violation. So the property was still, you're still able to view it online. Even if you're not able to book, it's still a violation.
No, it wasn't online. It was actually disabled completely. And I actually have the attached letters to prove that. Disabled on 11/27. And then I reactivated on the 11th of December. And then I disabled it again on December 18th. It's time stamped. It's dated at the bottom. It shows the copies of the VRBO pausing it. No, that was totally deactivated. I couldn't find it myself. So I totally disagree with that.
These request is for full imposition of the fines.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm going to impose a fine of $3,500.
Oh.
1 second.
Even though it was just active for 7 days, Your Honor? I'm sorry, say it again, please.
The number is $3,500.
$3,500. Even though it's only on the site for 7 days? Your Honor? My argument was that I only had it on the site for 7 days, and I actually have proof of that. $3,500. Isn't that a little extreme for that, please?
Okay, but the city's requesting $7,600. So I've made my rule. Thank you.
Very good. All right, thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, we're going to recall the case on page 43, property address 413 Southwest 25th Terrace, case number CE 201-00487.
This is the recall?
Yeah.
He's saying it was only for 7 days. Okay. All right, cool. Thank you. Okay.
Two seconds here.
Lita, please unmute and start your video.
Okay. We're on the recalled case.
Yes.
Hi, Lena, if you can hear us, please start your video and unmute your microphone.
Hi, sorry, I thought I didn't understand that we have to come back. Okay.
Are you on mute?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so we put this on recall. Is there?
Yes.
That for communication issues when before? No, you want? So tell me where we are.
Okay, so after council with the supervisor, and it is apparent that they continue to advertise until they pass their vacation rental inspection was passed on December 16th. So even though they had correspondence with the vacation rental team, submit an application and having your application approved does not mean that you're out of compliance. If you're operating without the license, mean that you do not have a valid certificate, you're in violation. So they didn't get a valid certificate until they passed their inspection on December 16, 2020.
Okay, so the city's request
Oh,
remains.
yes, I didn't know that.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we did get the certificate on 10/26. I don't know exactly how that works. I hope Your Honor can make an exception here because last year was just a crazy year for everybody.
Okay, so city's request remains the same.
City's request remains the same, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Okay.
We would not have that kind of money to pay it.
Hold on, our certificate of compliance.
Yeah, they were saying that the inspection, yeah, we got the certificate of compliance on the 26th.
Okay. All right. I'm going to impose a fine of $5,700.
Whoa, that's a lot.
Yes, ma'am. That's a substantial reduction from 11,400.
Well, I really didn't know that I thought that as soon as we get the certificate of compliance on October 26th, we were able to do the vacation rental. And
took that into consideration.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Can I just ask one question? Which certificate of compliance did you receive? Was it a vacation rental certificate of some compliance from the city of Fort Lauderdale? Because
it's a vacation rental registration of certificate of compliance. It's a vacation rental registration certificate of compliance.
Are you able to produce that to show? Because from our record shows.
Yes, I do. I really appreciate, you making exception here.
Your Honor, I have the certificate that is attached to the record. I'm going to show it on the screen for everyone's benefit.
We don't really.
I appreciate that.
That's it, right?
Yes, that's it.
16th, which is the exact day you said she was in compliance.
December 16th, yes, Your Honor.
December 16th is the date that certificate was issued.
Okay, I'm sorry, Ms. Montoya, did you?
I have a different.
Yeah, it's December. That's exactly what
this is for a different address.
You were in compliance on December 16th.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what the city said. They agree with that. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor, is there any way that you could reduce half of the 5,000? It's a lot of money, and we did not produce any money at all. Not a lot from the different code for the COVID-19, and it's a lot for us to handle for this amount of money.
Okay.
I'm really hoping that you can make an exception.
Ma'am, there is a process to seek a reduction, which I'm sure you can find out from the city. But for right now, I'm imposing fines $5,700. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is at the bottom of page 30. Inspector Vaughn Malakis, property address 404 Northwest First Ave, owner Flat 404 LLC, case number CE 201-00516.
Do we have a respondent for that case? Last name being Gomez? If any of our call-in respondents are here for this case, please press *9 on your cell phone. If the respondent is listening in by phone, please press *9 to raise your hand so we can bring you into the meeting room.
Okay, I guess not. Okay, moving on to page 13. Wait 1 second. Okay. Moving on to page 13, Inspector Vaughn Malakis, property address 508 Northwest 20th Ave, owner Global Asset Property Group, Inc., case number CE 200-30650. Notice posted at the property on 12621, posted at City Hall 12821.
Good afternoon. Inspector Malakis presenting case number CE.
On.
I have 4 before.
Start reading.
Good afternoon, Yasmin. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you, Vaughn.
Once again, good afternoon. Inspector Malak is presenting case number CE 2003-0650 for the address listed as 508 Northwest 20th Avenue. The property was first inspected on March 17, 2020 as a result of a complaint received, and the following violations were discovered. 9-306, exterior structure not being maintained. The structural parts, including fascia, found in disrepair. Sections of the exterior wall found discolored with stains and/or missing peeling paint cover. 9-305B, the landscape at the property was not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There were areas of dead and/or missing ground cover. 18-12A, overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris. 9-304B, vehicles found parked on the lawn or the grass area of the property, which is now in compliance. Notice of the violation was posted to the property, photos taken, and allowed 30 days to bring the property into compliance for the various violations. Notice mailed out to property owner listed on Broward County Property Appraisers via first-class mail on March 18, 2020. On multiple re-inspections of the property in April, June, December of 2020, all violations were still found in existence. The pre-hearing inspection on Monday, the 22nd, 2021, shows violations still existing as depicted in the photos. This case was scheduled for the day's hearing. The city is requesting 56 days to comply or a daily fine of $100 a day for each violation until the violations are brought into compliance.
You have the owner.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here. I'm the property manager.
Okay. Anything you want to add?
No, we have done some of the compliances, but the vehicles that are parking on the swale, unfortunately, because the property is now in construction, the neighbors tend to park outside, and by the time we get there, they move their vehicles. So I guess when the compliance officer go by, he's probably seen who's doing this more than we are, but we have posted signs that says for them to keep out of the property. And we have recently applied to the city of Fort Lauderdale Building Department for permits that we're going to be rehabbing the property. And the time that the inspector has allocated, we should be able to comply and bring everything up to compliance.
Okay. I find that each violation does exist. 56 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 1. Inspector Bovary Exantis. Property address. 1 second. Property address 1609 Northwest 15th Lane. Case number CE 200-20230. Owner Pioneer Contracting and Management Services, Inc. Notice posted at the property 2321, posted at City Hall 12821.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Exantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 2002-0230, property address 1609 Northwest 15th Lane. This property was first inspected on February the 6th, 2020 by Inspector Jolly, and the following violations were observed. Violation 9-280H1. The fence at this property is bent and is not being maintained as required. Violation 9-306. The exterior building walls have not maintained. Structural parts, including fascia, soffit, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stain and missing peeling paint. Violation 9-280B. There are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained, such as windows. Violation 18-12A. There are overgrowth, trash, and debris, which is not complied. The city is requesting 63 days to correct all violation, or a fine of $50 per violation each day thereafter.
We have someone on behalf of the owner.
I'm here.
Oh, all right. State your name again. You were sworn in the last case.
Yes, Yasmin Miles.
Okay. You understand what the inspector said?
Yes, Your Honor, I do, but I just want to point out that the building permit to total rehab of that building, BLDRADD, has been issued by the city of Fort Lauderdale. We're currently sending in other subs, so we should start remodeling the property in the next 2 weeks, and we hope to comply in the 63 days. If not, we will meet with the compliance officer and ask for an extension, but the new property will no longer look like that in the next 3 months. It'll be totally different property.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I found that
Thank you, sir.
does exist. 63 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter on each violation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 23. Inspector Bovary Exantis. Property address 1401 Northwest 12th Street. Case number CE 200711231. Owner Alejandro Ernesto Rodriguez. Notice posted at the property on 2/5/21, posted at City Hall 12821.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector.
Good morning, Alejandro. Please raise your right hand.
Can you see me?
Yes, please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I swear.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Exantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 2007-1231. Property address 1401 Northwest 12th Street. This property was first inspected on July 29, 2020, and the following violations were discovered. 18-1, there is outdoor storage consisting of buckets, bricks, concrete mixer, and other miscellaneous items. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not maintained structural parts, including fascia, soffits, or in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have not maintained, that have stain and missing peeling paint. Violation 18-12A has complied. Violation 18-4C, there are derelict vehicles, boat and trailer park on the property. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on the 24th, as early as this morning, as property owner has called, stated that some of the violations were complied. But unfortunately, Your Honor, part of the violation are complied, but the violation remains, such as violation 9-306. The building exterior yes, it's painted, but there are part of the walls under the carport that still remain broken and need to be fixed, and as well as the outdoor storage remain, and the vehicle that park on the grass, and as well as the derelict vehicle that are on the property remains. Therefore, all violation remains, and the city is requesting 63 days to comply all violation, or a fine of $50 per violation each day thereafter.
All right. On behalf of the owner.
Speaking, Your Honor. How you doing? Good afternoon.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
So the vehicles on the property, those are my collector vehicles. Granted, they do look old, but all of them have windows, all of them have interiors, all of them are mine, all of them are insured. The boards, the board that's missing there, I can remove that by the end of the week or by the beginning of next week. There was a closet there. It was a severely termite damage, so I decided to just take it down. That portion was connected to the roof, so I wanted to take it down the right way. I wanted to hire someone and just take it down. Shouldn't be much. Let me see what else. The paint, I believe, the fascia boards were replaced. I hired someone to replace the fascia boards. Some of them are rotting. The gutter that was there, that was derelict, I took that down as well. There are some spots that I do believe need to still be painted. The inside of the garage was painted, or sorry, the carport, the inside, the entire interior of the carport was painted minus that piece that you see there. As for the concrete mixer and all the storage stuff, all that for the most part is gone. I do have pieces of plywood, but I don't really have anywhere else to put them so that they'll get wet. So that's why I have them under that carport.
All right, okay. Based on the evidence presented, I found that violations do exist. 63 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter on each. Thank you.
I appreciate your honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 24. Property address 1001 Northwest 13th Street. Owner Trudy Storres, Rafael Storres. Case number CE 200-90686. Notice posted at the property 2521, posted at City Hall 12821.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Exentis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number 20090686. Property address 1001 Northwest 13th Street.
Good afternoon. Rafael, can you please raise your right hand? Can you hear me? Rafael? Mr. Storage? Can you hear us? Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. I was having some technical difficulties here. It logged me off and I just was able to log back on.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Exentis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 20090686. Property address 1001 Northwest 13th Street. This property was first inspected on September the 17th, 2020, and the following violation were discovered. 18-1, there's outdoor storage, which is now complied. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash and debris, which is also complied. Violation 9-280B, the windows were covered with some sort of metal sheets, which is now complied. And also violation 9-280H1, the wooden fence was thin, dirty, and which is also complied. The only remaining violation is violation 9-305B. The landscape is not well maintained. There's bare and missing ground cover on the swell area. I have been in contact with property owner. Pre-hearing inspection was a hearing and a posting was made on February the 21st, the 5th, 2021, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 20th, 2021. Revealed that the bare missing ground cover remains, and I spoke with property owner and explained the violation to him. So the city is now requesting 63 days for the violation to comply, or a fine of $50 for each violation. For the violation each day thereafter.
Can you please verify 9-280B? Is it complied or not?
Yeah, 9-280B is complied.
Okay. How many non-complied violations are there?
There's only one non-compliance violation.
9-305B.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. Okay, on behalf of the owner?
Yes, Your Honor. I live about an hour away from the homes where my mom lives. She's 80 years old. She lives alone, and I've been trying to get there regularly to keep this well watered. It's been very hot lately. The grass has been dying. So I've been trying to get there, and I will continue to try to get there as often as I can to make sure that I'm in compliance with the code violation, get it fixed already.
All right. So you got 63 days. So that should be plenty of
Yes, sir.
So for the record,
Yes, sir.
A violation does exist, 63 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Our next case is on page 27. Property address 1608 Northwest 15th Street. Case number CE 201-01299. Notice posted at the property 2321, posted at City Hall 12821.
4727.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Veronica Brown.
Veronica, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Inspector Exentis on behalf of the City of Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 201-01299, property address 1608 Northwest 15th Street. This property was first inspected on October 31st, 2020, and the following violation were observed. Violation 24-27B is complied. Violation 9-280H1. There are two wooden fences at this property that are in disrepair, and there are some missing parts and missing panels. The fence are not being maintained as required. Violation 9-304B. There are vehicles parked on the grass, as well as the gravel driveway that is in disrepair, including the approach driveway. The gravel is worn through, and there's grass and weeds going through it. Violation 18-1, outdoor storage, is complied. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not maintained. Structural parts, fascia boards are rotted. In disrepair, there are area of the exterior fascia board that have stained and missing peeling pins. Violation 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, and debris on the property, which is not complied. And also violation 18-4C, there's derelict vehicle on the property, which is all in compliance. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on February 3rd, 2021, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 20th, 2021. And also I met with a gentleman on the property on February 24th, and as a pre-hearing inspection revealed that the ground cover remains as depicted on the photos. The city is requesting 63 days to correct all violation, all fine of $50 per each violation each day thereafter. For each violation each day thereafter.
Okay, Ms. Brown,
Yes.
do you understand what the inspector said?
No, I don't quite understand what the inspector was saying. No, I don't.
Well, okay, you had several violations, and two of them complied with. But as I understand it, there are still 5 violations that are not complied with. And you should have something in writing showing you exactly what those are. Okay.
Your Honor, that's not true. The inspector came out on the, let me see when he came out. The inspector came out on the 20th because we had set up an appointment with him to come out. He was late, so we weren't sure whether or not he was coming, and we called him, and he came out, wanted to know why he was out there. Told him we called him for an inspection. We asked him to take pictures. I don't know if he took the pictures and presented them to the court or not. All the debris has been removed. The garbage cans are placed where they should be.
Okay, all right.
As for
we've clarified something here. There are only 3.
Your Honor, if I may,
not in compliance.
Your Honor, if I may, let me say, violation 24-27B is complied. Violation 18-1, the outdoor storage, is complied. Violation 18-12A, the overgrowth is complied.
Right.
Violation 18-4C, derelict vehicles are complied.
Okay. That's what I have, right? So we have-
Okay, now the if I may explain the violation for the fascia boards, I've been granted an award from Rebuild Florida. I'm just waiting for my closing date so I can be scheduled to get the fascia boards fixed because I'm getting a new roof. I've got an extension on my building permit to finish up the work that needs to be done on the fence. And as far as the gravel in the driveway, when the department comes out to do the work, they'll be placing a dumpster there. And after that's done, that's when I can get the driveway fixed. But other than that, that's the only thing that's holding me up.
Okay.
And it's just a matter of.
I need to speak, ma'am. I need to speak. All right.
Okay.
You've got 3 uncomplied violations. You have 63 days to fix those violations. If you don't fix those violations within 63 days, you're going to be fined $50 a day per uncorrected violation. Okay? All right.
Yes, sir.
You'll be getting a written order in the mail.
Our next case is on page 33. Property address 2228 Northwest 9th Court. Owner, Mary L. Carr, Chester R. Moore Jr., case number CE 1907-0760. This case is first heard on 2/6/20 to comply by 3/12/20. Fine suspended as noted in the agenda. 2 sections not complied at $50. City is requesting the full amount of $17,700, which continues to accrue.
Hello?
We can hear you, Andre. Please state your name for the record
Andre Carr.
and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I affirm.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Exentis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case number CE 1907-0760, property address 2228 Northwest 9th Court. This case was first heard on February the 6th, 2020, and the magistrate found for the city. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on February the 5th, 2021, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 24th, 2021, revealed all violations are complied as depicted on the photos. Your Honor, just a quick history back on the property. Property was first discovered in violation by me as Inspector Exentis. Then the case was transferred to a new area inspector, which at time violation were still not in compliance. But then again, the case, one of the violation was complied and which was not made aware to our code admin staff. And that was for the fence that was in disrepair. The fence was then complied, and the only remaining violation that was not in compliance was the swell, which is now in compliance as depicted on the photo as per reinspection, pre-hearing reinspection on the 24th, revealed that all violations are complied. And also, Your Honor, I have been in touch with Andre, and it's a sad situation that Andre lost his uncle due to COVID and also cancer. His uncle has been battling cancer. So in this case, the city would like to request a waiver of fine. Your Honor, you have the last word.
All right. Okay, so they're all in compliance. All in compliance.
All violations are in compliance right now.
And you're requesting a waiver of fines.
That is correct.
All right. And who's here on behalf of the owner?
The nephew, Andre Carr.
Okay, all right. Mr. Carr, the city is requesting that all fines be waived, so I'm going to do that. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Brover.
You're welcome.
Amen.
Our next case on page 33, Senior Inspector Linda Holloway, property address 611 Northwest 4th Ave, owner 611 Broward County Longshoremen's Association LLC, case number CE 19091695. This case was first heard on 9/9/20 to comply by 10/14/20. Fine suspended as noted in the agenda. One section complied at $50. City is requesting the full amount of $600.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Linda Holloway on behalf of the city. Case number and property address is read.
1 second, please, Linda. Good morning. Good afternoon, Mark. Can you please raise your right hand?
Yes,
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, please, Linda.
Oh, sorry. Good morning again, Your Honor. Inspector Linda Holloway on the behalf of the city. Case number and property address is read. The property is in compliance. The city is requesting the full amount be imposed. This case initially, before it was cited, was part of a Progresso neighborhood action plan, meaning that a notice was sent out to all the property owners, letting them know that we would be coming into the area to cite for violations, giving them the opportunity to correct any violations before we came into the area. There was a BTS Landscaping who reached out to me on the original case. That was the original contractor when it was first cited. They were contracted to do the work. Somewhere along the lines, the lawyer changed. Then when Mr. Berkowitz, I believe is his name, got involved, the contractor on this case did not change. It was still BTS Landscaping. So therefore, the city is requesting the full fines.
Okay, so the city is requesting imposition of $600 in fines, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, on behalf of the owner.
Yes, Your Honor. This is Mark Berkowitz. Good morning. The compliance was supposed to be originally on October 14th. However, on October 11th, I realized from our vendor, BTS Landscaping, that they ran into a snag and they were unable to complete the irrigation and the sodding portion of the contract by October 14th. I immediately called the city. I sent several emails to the city. I provided copies before the hearing. I emailed Ms. Holloway and told her that since the permits could not be gotten before October 14th, the vendor could not make the repairs of the sod until another 30 days. I couldn't get a hearing before the board until October 28th. And on October 28th, I was granted a continuance until December 2nd, and we're in full compliance. I just became the lawyer for this client in March. I wasn't aware that any prior contractor had been contracted by my client to do the work, but it was just a snag, an unexpected development that occurred, and that was why we couldn't complete by October 14th. And I did my best. I did my due diligence. I contacted everyone and let everyone know that the vendor was having difficulty getting the permit pulled. And if I could have gotten a hearing before October 28th, I would have, and the fines would have been suspended. So it was just a happenstance thing. It was totally inadvertent. We were doing our best to comply. And Your Honor, I would respectfully ask for a substantial mitigation of the penalty and or leniency today.
City have anything else to add?
No, Your Honor.
Because your administrative costs would probably exceed this amount. So I'm going to impose fines of $600. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 31. Inspector James Fetter, Supervisor Reggie White, presenting on behalf of James Fetter. Owner Lisa D. Willis, property address 247 Southwest 21st Street, case number CE 19050526. Okay, we're going to recall this case. One moment. One moment, please. We're going to go to page 36. 36. No, not all. Let me see. 065. Okay. Sorry. Inspector Gail Williams, property address 280 Southwest 20th Ave, 1-2, case number CE 200711065. Owner Skip Jack Investment Group LLC. This case was first heard on 10/14/20 to comply by 11/25/20. One section not complied at $50. City is requesting the full amount of $4,550, which continues to accrue.
Good afternoon, Stuart. Please raise your right hand. Your right hand, please.
Oh.
The other one. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2007-1065, address 280 Southwest 20th Avenue, Unit 1 and 2. Case was originally presented to Special Magistrate on October 14, 2020. The following violation was cited 47-18.47.A. This property has been identified as a community residence. They have not registered with the Planning and Zoning Division with the city's Department of Sustainable Development as required. As of February 24th, verification through the Planning and Zoning Division, an application has been submitted but not approved yet. The city is requesting a full amount to be imposed.
All right, on behalf of the owner.
Can I speak, Your Honor?
Would you like to add anything?
Yes, I would. When we originally went to court, when the original fine was imposed, we had been in contact with the city and had prepared to put in an application, which we've done, but it was incorrect. There was some confusion with the city on being that I was the one who was required to put in the application, but I wasn't in the end. It was the person who runs the facility. And we have been dealing with Carlan on this issue and corrected the application again. I even was speaking with Carlan yesterday as well in order to get the proper application and agency letters there. So we are working on complying with the city and moving this forward.
Okay, all right. The bottom line is you're not in compliance. When you come into compliance, we can address the fines. But for right now, you're not in compliance. I'm going to grant the city's request that the fines be imposed and continue to accrue.
Okay, my understanding was as long as we're starting with the application process that there wouldn't be a fine imposed. Maybe I had that incorrect.
You'll be getting a written order in the mail. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Moving back to page 31, recall the case CE 19050526. This case was first heard on 3/5/20 to comply by 4/9/20. Fine suspended as noted in the agenda. 4 sections not complied at $50. City is requesting the full amount of $34,800, which continues to accrue.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Harry Stalder.
Can you please raise your right hand?
Yes.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Reggie White speaking. Just to reiterate, the case was first heard on March the 5th, 2020 to comply by 4/9/2020. The fines were suspended due to the COVID pandemic. Fines begin to occur again or to run again. And the total amount due today is $34,800. The property was inspected a total of 8 times. So we basically want to impose the total fine amount, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, we would like to impose the total fine amount.
Okay, on behalf of the owner, got the owner on the line.
Harry, can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go
Yes,
ahead.
sir. Yes, ma'am. I can hear you.
All right, sir, is there anything you'd like to add?
I'm not sure what I can add at this moment, sir. I did paint the building long ago, and I also cleaned up somewhat, and I also got rid of some of the vehicles and so on. And there was something else, and I'm sorry I don't remember it at this moment, that I complied with. And I'm still working on complying with the rest of the orders. But I didn't understand some of them, but I suppose there's a way to address that separately. So at this moment, I understand the instructions are that I can only say that I'm not in compliance or something.
Well, yes, when you come into.
I'm not sure of the procedure here, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you'll be getting a written order in the mail as to itemizing what you need to do to come into compliance. It's probably a good idea to stay in touch with the representative, the inspector. So for right now, I'm going to grant the city's request that the fines are imposed and continue to accrue.
Sir, is there, I'm just, as you can imagine, I'm overwhelmed at the amount and so on. Is there any way that we can mitigate or reduce that if I'm in full compliance and cooperation?
Sir.
Which I intend to do, sir.
Discussed when you come into compliance.
Yes, sir.
We talk about the fines, all right?
And Magistrate,
yes, sir.
State for the record the violation so the violator knows what he has to do to come into compliance.
Sir, I've made my ruling. We need to move on to the next case.
Okay.
Mr. White, I'll try to call you if I may, excuse my interruption. And so we'll be on the same page. And thank you both very much.
That will be good. You can call us and we'll do a re-inspection and we'll go through every single violation.
Will do, Mr. White, and thank you again. Thank you for your time.
Our next case is at the bottom of page 8, Inspector Michael Jordan, property address 1315 Southwest 5th Court, case number CE 200-91264. Owner, Office of the Presiding Overseer, the Seafarers Church. Notice posted at the property 11421, posted at City Hall 12821.
Do we have a respondent?
Mr. Holmes, yes. Hold on. Are you on the phone? Mr. Holmes, can you hear us?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, please raise your right hand. The other one, please. The other hand. No, your right hand.
Sorry.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, Michael.
Well, we made it past 12 o'clock. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Officer Michael Jordan for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Department of Sustainable Development Code Compliance Division, presenting case number CE 2009124. Property address is 1315 Southwest 5th Court in Fort Lauderdale. This is an RS8 zone residential property. On October 14, 2020, property was issued a notice of violation for section 9-305A, landscape encroaching upon the right of way, and section 18-12A, trash, litter, and debris on the property and or its swale, which has since been complied as of the pre-hearing inspection yesterday. Property's been re-inspected multiple times from the time of notice of violation, remains in violation, though some progress has recently been made. The city's requesting 30 days to comply all violations and fines of $50 per day per violation thereafter.
I'm sorry, repeat the city's request.
30 days for compliance, sir, and $50 per day per violation thereafter.
28 or 35.
Okay, let's do 35 days.
Very well, sir.
Okay, on behalf of the owner.
Mr. Holmes, can you hear us?
I can. This is not the case I signed in to see. I'm inquiring, I was here to speak on a case at 2124 Northeast 63rd Street, not this case.
Hold on a second, please.
Mr. Holmes should be on for case number CE 2005-0618, which has not been heard yet.
Okay, so there's no respondent on the one we just heard.
The address.
Okay, I think that's a 2124 Northeast 63rd Street.
That's the one I'm here for, yes.
Okay. Okay, page 9, property address 2124 Northeast 63rd Street. Case number CE 200-50618. Owner Linda Aketa and Jonathan Gonzalez. Notice posted at property 21221, posted at City Hall 12821.
Okay, good afternoon, Your Honor. Officer Jordan for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division. Case number CE 2005-0618. This property address is 2124 Northeast 63rd Street, Fort Lauderdale. This is an RS8 zone residential property. On May 23rd, 2020, the property was issued a notice of violation in response of a complaint for violations of section 9-276, extermination of rodents. There's evidence of rodent activity, and neighbors report seeing rats and other vermin on the property and coming onto neighboring properties. 9-305B, landscape maintenance. There are bare areas and missing ground cover. 9-308A, the roof's not maintained. There are multiple large holes in the roof over the garage and in the kitchen area. 9-306, exterior maintenance. There are areas of missing rotted fascia and areas of missing, damaged, or peeling painted surfaces. 9-280B, building parts not being maintained. Parts of the building are falling off. 9-280G, electrical wiring and accessories are inoperable. Light fixture on the exterior of the garage has fallen off of the building. Lights and plugs inside are inoperable and getting wet when it rains due to the leaky roof. This property has been re-inspected multiple times from the time of notice of violation, remains in violation, though some progress has recently been made. The city's requesting 30 days to comply with all violations and fines of $100 per day thereafter. I would like to also interject that the officer has been contacted by several of the neighbors via email with complaints and concerns regarding condition of this property relevant to the neighbors. This is a property that has multiple violations in a very nice neighborhood. So the impact to the neighbors has been substantial.
Go ahead, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, I'm the complainant who put the complaint into the city on this property. I was the tenant at the time in this property. She's had well over a year to bring this house into compliance or livable shape. This was ongoing before Mr. Jordan had complaints on his desk. The state of the house is so rotten, it really needs to be demolished. The house is in foreclosure. She has no interest in spending any money on this property. It is really a blight on the neighborhood. It needs to be taken care of in as fast order as possible. Is festive with termites. The neighbors have both had to tent their houses to get rid of the termites that have gone from this property. There's an open roof, as you can see, and structure for so long. There's lizards, iguanas, rats infesting this property. It's in a very, very sad state of repair. The pictures here do not do it justice. Inside is just demolished.
Okay, so for the record, I find that each violation does exist. 35 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Your Honor, if I may interject, I neglected to mention for the record 9-308B, there's debris, trash, or another element that's not permanent on the roof.
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
9-308B for the record.
Yes.
There's debris, trash, or another element that's not permanent on the roof. Sandbags and tarps in an attempt to cover the holes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 11 at the bottom. Inspector Michael Jordan, property address 110 Southwest 8th Ave, case number CE 201-01042. Owner, Community 8 Properties LLC. Notice posted at the property 2421, posted at City Hall 12821.
I believe we have a respondent for this case.
Hello, good afternoon.
Go ahead, it was already sworn in.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor. Officer Jordan for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division, presenting case number CE 201-01042. The property address is 110 Southwest 8th Avenue in Fort Lauderdale. This is an RMM 25 zone residential property. On November 30th, 2020, the property was issued a notice of violation in response to a complaint for violations of section 24-27B, trash carts not being pulled back, which was complied upon a pre-hearing inspection, 9-304B, driveway maintenance and parking surfaces in poor condition, 9-305B, landscape maintenance. There are areas of bare or missing ground cover. 9-305B, landscape maintenance, landscape not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. 18-12A, overgrowth and trash, which was complied upon the pre-hearing inspection. This property has been re-inspected multiple times from the time of notice of violation, and violations remain. The city is requesting 30 days to comply, 35 days at your discretion, Your Honor, to comply with all violations and fines of $50 per day per violation thereafter.
All right, and that each violation does exist. 35 days to comply. $50 per day on each violation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, would you?
Can you hear me now?
Like to add, sir?
Yes. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Someone want to speak on behalf of the owner?
He seems to be having technical issues, Your Honor.
Hello. Hello.
Can you hear us?
Hello. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes. Go ahead, sir.
So I just wanted to mention that the owner on the agenda was incorrect. It's Community 8 Properties LLC is the correct owner, not what it was stated on the agenda. I tried to multiple times to meet the inspector there as well in person. Unfortunately, he rejected my offer. I wasn't able to work with him. I also called him on Friday to meet me at the property. He was very busy to do inspections. And the inspection was scheduled for Saturday, the past weekend, to do. Actually, we removed the fence. So I don't know when he took the pictures. It was probably a long time ago, not in the past 1 week, because we removed the fence that the tenant put on the side of the property, which is actually for the electricity cables. It has to be open. And the reason why the tenant put up the fence is safety issues, because there are too many homeless people who were actually in the backyard, and they have 3 little children. And I sent an email also on Monday to the inspector to confirm that we complied the case. We put down mulch. I personally put down the mulch. I personally put down the grass. We personally put there P-rock actually, so there is no overgrowth, no trash actually on the property. So I find it very unfair that actually the pictures weren't taken the past 1 week when we actually complied. And I reached out to the inspector multiple times and multiple levels on the phone and via email as well.
Okay, fine. He will inspect the property within the next 35 days. But for the record, I find the violations do exist, 35 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Yes, sir. Please reach out to me. I'll be happy to schedule that reinspection at your convenience.
Okay, we can do it today. Absolutely good. Thank you.
Likely won't be today. Please reach out to me tomorrow.
Sure, I will. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. Are there any respondents that are in attendee mode that are not here for lien reduction? If you are not here for lien reduction and your case has not been called, please use the raise hand function. Again, if you are in the attendee mode and you are not here for lien reduction, please use the raise hand function if we have not called your case, and we will assist you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Avery, could you please tell us what case you're here for?
Yes, good afternoon. CE 09040018.
Okay, thank you. Please stand by. Sir, that's a lien reduction case.
Okay.
Victor Blackwood, could you please tell us what case you're here for? Victor Blackwood, if you could please unmute.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. What case are you?
I'm here for B as in boy, E as in echo, 2010038.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. The case number you just gave us is a building enforcement case. This is code enforcement.
Okay, what does that mean? I'm sorry.
Today is not a building hearing. Today is a code enforcement hearing. So the case number that you gave would be heard on a building hearing, which is not being held today.
Okay, when I registered, this is the date that was assigned to me. So how do I get the correct date?
I'm sorry, what's the case number again so I can send it over to the building department?
BE 2010038.
I will send them an email now and they'll reach out to you shortly, okay?
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Good afternoon, Gustavo. What case number are you here for? Gustavo, please unmute yourself so we can get your case number.
Hi, how are you? We're here.
What is the case number?
Yes, case number CE 18081369.
Okay, give us one.
Lien reduction.
You are also here for lien reduction.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. We haven't started lien reduction yet.
Oh, you haven't?
No, ma'am.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, Nathan. I see you have your hand raised. Is there anything I can help you with?
Yes, I'm here to look at my case CE 170-60717.
So that's a lien reduction case. We have not started lien reduction.
Okay, I just wanted to check that I was good today. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
At this time, we're taking a brief recess. Thank you. Okay, and we're back. Our next case is at the bottom of page 1, Inspector Tiffany Holder, owner Ellarine Miller, case number CE 200-50605, property address 820 Arizona Avenue. Notice was at property 11421, posted at City Hall 12821.
Good afternoon, Special Magistrate Tiffany Holder with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Enhancement Division. Case presenting a CE 200-50605, property address 820 Arizona Avenue, owned by Miss Ellarine Miller, single residential family. The initial inspection was conducted on May 26, 2020, on behalf of a retired officer, retired Stephen Bish, who conducted the inspection on behalf of Senior Officer Cologne, where he discovered outdoor storage under the carport. However, due to the pandemic, no inspection report or citation was issued. Instead, the case was monitored for several months. On October 8th, 2020, Senior Officer Cologne and I conducted the follow-up inspection where the property was cited for the following: 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are also areas of bare and missing ground cover. Compliance time frame was 30 days. 18-1, there's an accumulation of outdoor storage under the carport at this property that is creating a public nuisance. On January 14th, since then, I've been in contact with the tenant, Mr. Martin, who assured me after every inspection that he would come into compliance. Fortunately not. On January 14, 2021, the property was posted with a notice of hearing. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 24, 2021, where the violations remain. The city is requesting 10 days or a fine of $25 per violation thereafter.
10 days, 25. $25.
25?
Dollars per day thereafter.
I'm speaking to the mic. They can't
Yeah,
hear
okay.
Thank you.
I find that each violation does exist. 10 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter.
Thank you.
On page 3, Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne, property address 6301 Northwest 9th Ave, owner 6301 Powerline Station LLC, case number ENF-CODE-191-00135. Notice posted at property 2421, posted at City Hall 12821.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale for case number ENF-code-191-00135, 6301 Northwest 9th Avenue. We first inspected this property on October 21st of 2019. As of yesterday, all the violations remain. The following violations: 47-20.13.d. The parking area is consistently flooding with stormwater in parking areas, does not provide adequate drainage or stormwater in this industrial property. City is requesting on that 63 days or $200 a day thereafter. 47-21.11a, the landscaping on this property is not being maintained. There is missing and bare areas of lawn cover. City is requesting on that $100 a day or 63 days to come into compliance or $100 a day thereafter. 47-2020H, the parking facilities are not being kept in good operating condition. There are cracks, potholes, and asphalt top coat is raised, loose, and missing in some areas. The wheel stops are missing, loose or broken. The surface markings are faded or missing. City is requesting 63 days there or $200 a day thereafter. 47-22-9, there is a sign that reads truck parking available, 24 hours access, that has been erected display without first obtaining a permit. City is requesting 7 days or $100 a day thereafter. 1812A, there is overgrowth consisting of grass, plants, and or weeds, as well as trash, rubbish, litter, and or debris, including but not limited to indoor furniture, pieces of wood, etc., on the front of the property and swale area. City is requesting 63 days or $100 a day.
I find that each of the violations does exist, and the relief requested by the city as to each violation is granted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
On page 6, property address 1130 Northwest 8th Ave, Senior Inspector Linda Holloway. Owner, Briere Justin, Valita Justin. Case number CE 1911-0934. Notice posted at property 2421, posted at City Hall 12821.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Linda Holloway, presenting case CE-1911-0934, property address 1130 Northwest 8th Avenue. The property was cited by retired Inspector Stephen Bish on December 15, 2019, and the following violations were observed. 9-305B is complied. 9-305B is complied. 9-304B, the gravel approach to the driveway is in disrepair. 47-34.1.8.1 is complied. 9-306 is complied. 18-12A is complied. Inspector Bish issued a final notice on January 19th, 2020. I met with the tenant and spoke with the property owner via the telephone on February 19th to discuss the violations and corrective actions. A pre-hearing inspection conducted on February 25th, 2021 shows that violation 9-304 remain as depicted in the pictures. The city is requesting 21 days to comply or a fine of $25 per day for the violation.
All right, I find the violation just 21 days to comply, and how much?
$25 per day.
$25 per day thereafter.
Thank you.
Moving on to page 7, property address 1529 Northwest 2nd Ave, owner FYR SFR Borrower LLC, in care of Havenbrook Homes, case number CE 200-20147. Notice posted at the property on 2/4/21, posted at City Hall 12821.
Thank you. Inspector Linda Holloway on behalf of the city, presenting case CE 2002-0147, property address 1529 Northwest 2nd Avenue. The property was cited by retired Inspector Stephen Bish on February 6, 2020. The following violations were observed. 9-306 complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-280H1 is complied. 9-304B, the driveway to the parking area is not being maintained in a neat, well-kept appearance. There is a drop-off from the parking area to the sidewalk to the apron at the swell. A pre-hearing inspection conducted on February 24th, 2021 shows that violations 9-305B and 9-304B remain in violation as depicted on the photos. The city is requesting 21 days to comply or a fine of $25 per day per violation thereafter.
All right, I find that each violation does exist. 21 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Moving on to page 10, Inspector Michael Jordan, property address 1001 Southwest 4th Ave, 1-2, case number CE 2011-0723. Owner B&V USA Group LLC, notice posted at property 2/5/21, posted at City Hall 12821.
CE 2011-0723. On page 10.
Do we have a respondent with this case?
No, No responding.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Officer Jordan again for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division, presenting case number CE 2011-0723. This is a property address 1001 Southwest 4th Avenue, Fort Lauderdale. This is an RD15 zone multifamily residential property. On November 30th, 2020, this property was inspected, reference a complaint, was issued a notice of violation for section 18-12A, overgrowth, trash, and debris on the property, which was complied upon the pre-hearing inspection. 9-280B, building parts not being maintained. The garage door has been boarded up and there's a broken window on the northeast side of the building. This property has been re-inspected multiple times from the time of notice of violation, and violations remain. The city is requesting 30 days to comply with all violation and fines of $50 per day thereafter.
And that each violation does exist, 35 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Moving over to page 13 at the bottom, case number CE 200-40183 has been withdrawn. Page 14, Inspector Vaughn Malakis, property address 800 Northwest 22nd Road, owner Judy Investment LLC, case number CE 200-40437. Notice posted at the property 11221, posted at City Hall 12821. Huh? I'm sorry? It's complied?
What about it? What about it? Oh. Okay. Complied.
Okay, 800 Northwest 22nd Road is complied per Inspector Malakis. Property address 1448 Northwest 6th Street, owner Marglip Investments LLC, case number CE 200-40549. Notice posted at the property on 11221, posted at City Hall 12821.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Malakis for the city, presenting case number CE 2004-0549 for the address listed as 1448 Northwest 6th Street. The property was first inspected on April 30th, 2020 as a result of a complaint received, and the following violation was discovered. 18-12A. There was overgrowth, trash, rubbish, litter, and debris at the vacant property. A notice was posted to the property, photos taken, and 10 days were allowed to bring the property into compliance. Due to the no trespassing sign, the property was posted by the gate, and the abatement team was unable to have the vacant property cleaned. Notice was mailed out to the property owner listed on Broward County Property Appraisers via first-class mail on June 6, 2020. Multiple re-inspections of the property in May, July, August, December of 2020 discovered violations still in existence. The pre-hearing inspection on Monday, 22nd, 2021 showed the violation still existed as depicted in the photos. The case was scheduled for the day's hearing. The city is requesting 56 days to comply with a daily fine of $100 a day for for the violation until the property is brought into compliance.
Okay. How many days?
56. Give them enough time.
50. Okay, I find the violation does exist. 56 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Our next case is on page 16, property address 408 Northeast 2nd Ave, owner Ariella Properties LLC, case number CE 200-50589. Notice posted at the property 11221, posted at City Hall 12821.
You are.
Oh, and Vaughn Malakis, Inspector Malakis. CE 200-50589. That one is complied also? Okay. Moving on to page 17. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, property address 1322 Cordova Road, owner Demeter Condos, case number CE 200-90920. Notice posted at the property on 11221, posted at City Hall 12821.
Right? Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Afternoon.
Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Inspector presenting case number
CE 20090920 for the property located at 1322 Cordova Road. Inspection of the property was performed on September 24th, 2020 by Senior Inspector Quintero and cited for the following violations. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, and debris on this property and its swale. This is a recurring violation and the case will be presented to the special magistrate as a recurring violation for CE 2010-0278, whether it comes into compliance or not. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including porch posts, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing and peeling paint. Your Honor, for 18-12, we do have compliance. Just to verify that, just to check that off. A courtesy notice was issued and posted to the property and also mailed to the property owner that's listed on BCPA via first class mail on November 24th of 2020, allowing 10 days for the overgrowth and 30 days for the exterior building to come into compliance. No contact has been made as of February 22nd with any owner, tenant, or representative. Final notice mailed to the property owner on November 30th of 2020, and a pre-hearing inspection was done on February 22nd of this year. And the pictures depicted here confirm that the violation 9-306 is not in compliance. The city's requesting the following, sir. For 18-12A, it is in compliance, just a finding of fact. And for 9-306, 35 days to come into compliance or a $50 fine of thereafter.
Okay, as to 9-306, 35 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter. And I make a finding of fact that the violation in 18-12A did exist.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Page 19, property address 1248 Cordova Road, owner Good Service Realty, Inc., case number CE 2012-0299. Notice posted at the property on 1/19/21, posted at City Hall 1/28/21.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale Compliance Inspector presenting case number CE 2012-0299 for the property located at 1248 Cordova Road. Inspection of the property was performed on December 9th of 2020 and cited for the following violation. 18-12A, there's overgrowth on this vacant property and its soil. This is a recurring violation. This case is presented here at Special Magistrate as a recurring violation for the following violations: CE 2009-0992, CE 2007-1226, CE 2005-0005, CE 190-80960, CE 190-60678, CE 190-41258, whether it comes into compliance or not. Notice was mailed to the property owner listed as on BCPA via first class mail on December 9th of 2020, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. No contact has been made by the property owner or anybody regarding this property. Final notice mailed to the property owner on December 23rd of 2020. Peer hearing inspection was done on February 22nd and compliance was met. Again, sir, this case is a finding of fact.
All right, I make a finding of fact that the violation 18-12A did exist.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, property address 805 Southeast 18th Street, owner 802 Pets LLC, case number CE 2012-0577. Notice posted at the property on 2/4/21, posted at City Hall 1/28/21.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale Compliance Inspector, presenting case number CE 2012-0577 for the property located at 805 Southeast 18th Street. Inspection of the property was performed on December 16th of 2020 and cited for the following violation. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this vacant lot property and its swale. This is a recurring violation. Case is presented on special magistrate as a recurring violation for CE 190-81698, whether it comes into compliance or not. A courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first class mail on December 16th of 2020, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the new property owner. Final notice mailed to the property owner December 29th of 2020. Pre-hearing inspection was done on February 22nd of this year. Pictures presented here is to confirm that the violation is in compliance. The owner has been in contact with me. He is a doctor, a pet doctor, and he is in surgery at this time, so he couldn't make it here to the hearing, but he is aware of this particular finding of fact, sir.
Okay, so he's in compliance. We need a finding of fact.
Correct, sir.
Make a finding of fact that violation 18-12A did exist.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Page 20 at the top, Captain Robert Kasarowicz, property address 475 Southeast 30th Street, owner Local Equity 3 LLC, case number FC 200500014, notice posted at the property 2121, posted at City Hall 12821.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Captain Robert Kasarowicz, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office, here to present case number FC 200500014. Property address of 475 Southeast 30th Street. Property was cited in reference to NFPA 113.6.4.3.2.1. The fire extinguishers have not been serviced or tagged by a certified person or company within the last 12 months. NFPA 4.5.8.6, the fire alarm system has not been tested, inspected, or tagged in accordance with the code. And NFPA 1.7.7.2, alarm trouble showing on the fire alarm panel. We're requesting 28 days or $100 a day thereafter.
All right, on the violations do exist, 28 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Page 21, property address 211 Northwest 5th Ave, owner Church of God Temple, TRS, case number FC 200-90002, notice posted at the property 2121, posted at City Hall 12821.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Captain Robert Kasarowicz, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office, here to present case number FC 200900002 for the property address at 211 Northwest 5th Avenue. Property was cited in reference to F-103.2.5 of the Broward County Board of Rules and Appeals Amendments. Unable to gain entry to perform a fire safety inspection. We're requesting 28 days or $100 a day thereafter.
All right, I find the violation does exist, 28 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Property address 1395 West Sunrise Boulevard, number 2, case number FC 200-90004, owner DeCappa LLC, notice posted at the property 2221, posted at City Hall 12821.
And Captain Robert Kasarowicz to present case number FC 200900004 for property address 1395 West Sunrise Boulevard, unit number 2. Property was cited in reference to F-103.2.5, unable to gain entry to perform fire safety inspection. We're requesting 28 days or $100 a day thereafter.
I find the violation does exist, 28 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Page 23 at the top, Inspector Bovary Exantis, Inspector Von Malakis presenting, property address 930 Northwest 24th Ave, owner Aaron Rains Estate, case number CE 200-20856, notice posted at the property on 11221, posted at City Hall 12821.
Inspector Malakis for the city presenting case number CE 200-20856 for the address listed as 930 Northwest 24th Avenue. The vacant property was posted with a no trespassing sign, and it was inspected on February 25th, 2020 as a result of a complaint received, and the following violations were found. 9-305B, missing and or bed landscape covering. 280H1, chain link fence, missing sections and in disrepair. 9-306, exterior walls and shutters are missing paint and are stained. 9-280B, awning windows boarded, covered with window pane and some tape. 18-12A, overgrown trash, rubbish, litter, and debris. The property was posted with a notice of violation and photos were taken. Notice was mailed out to the property owner listed on Broward County Property Appraisers via first-class mail on February 26, 2018. The reinspection of the property on October 27, 2020 found violations of an existing final notice mailed out to the property owner December 14, 2020, allowing additional time to comply. Pre-hearing inspection on Monday, 22nd this month, 2020, showed violations still existing as depicted in the photos. This case was scheduled for today's hearing. The city is requesting 21 days to comply or a daily fine of $100 a day for each violation until these violations are put in.
That each violation does exist, 21 days to comply or $100 per day thereafter on each violation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is at the bottom of page 24. Property address 1007 Northwest 13th Street. Case number Inspector Bovary Exantis. Case number CE 200-90872. Owner, Manke Family Investments LLC. Notice posted at the property on 2/5/21, posted at City Hall 12821.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Exantis on behalf of the City of Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 200-90872. Property address 1007 Northwest 13th Street. Property was first inspected on September 22nd, 2020, and the following violations were discovered. Violation 9-304B is complied. Violation 9-305B, the landscape with bare missing ground cover is not in compliance. Violation 9-280H1, the chain link fence is now complied. Violation 18-4C is complied. Violation 47-34.1.A.1 is complied. A pre-hearing is a notice of hearing was posted on property on February 5th, 2021, and the pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 24th, 2021. Revealed the bare missing ground cover remains as depicted in the photos. City is requesting 63 days or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
I find the violation does exist. 63 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Moving on to page 30. Moving on to page 34. Property address 720 Northwest 4th Ave, Inspector Von Malakis. Case number CE 1906-2029. We're requesting to vacate the order from 10/14/20.
Okay, the request to vacate the order of October 14th, 2020 is granted.
Our next case is on page 36 at the bottom. Property address 1814 Northwest 8th Place. Case number CE 1905.
Miss page 34, 1740.
34? Oh, I'm sorry. Page 34, sorry about that. Property address 1740 Northeast 49th Street. Case number CE 200-21010. Owner Ann Netsevich. We are requesting to vacate the order from 11/19/20.
The request to vacate the order of November 19th, 2020 is granted.
Thank you. Page 36 at the bottom, property address 1814 Northwest 8th Place. Case number CE 1905-1895. Owner Milton R. Christie Jr. Sheila M. Scott and Henderson B.E. This case was first heard on 11/7/19 to comply by 2/6/20. Fines were suspended as noted in the agenda. 5 sections complied at $50. City is requesting a full amount of $6,850.
The city's request is granted.
Okay, we did that one. Page. Let's see. Page 44 at the bottom. Property address 1134 Northwest 9th Terrace. Owner FYR SFR Borrower LLC in care of Havenbrook Homes. Case number CE 191-00255. Property address 1134 Northwest 9th Terrace. This case was first heard on 2/2020 to comply by 3/1/20. Fines were suspended as noted in the agenda. 3 sections not complied at $50. City is requesting a full amount of $26,850, which continues to accrue.
The city's request is granted.
Page 40.
What page?
Top of page 40.
Oh, that's.
I think Stephanie said it was compliant.
Yes. This case, property address on page 40, property address 331 Southwest 29th Ave, owner Deanna Mathis M, Victor L, and all others. Case number CE 19031957. The violations are complied, and this case was first heard on 7/18/19 to comply by 9/19/19. Fine suspended as noted in the agenda. 2 sections not complied at $50. I'm sorry, everything has complied, and Supervisor Bass is requesting for the fines to be reduced to $2,920.
That request is granted.
Thank you. Sorry about my stumble. Page 42 at the bottom. Property address 1784 Lauderdale Manor Drive. Owner Harold Wallace. Case number CE 2001080. This case is first heard on 9/9/20 to comply by 10/14/20. 1 section not complied at $50. City is requesting a full amount of $6,700, which continues to accrue. The city is also requesting to vacate the order from 1/14/2021.
All right, the January 14th, 2021 order is vacated, and the city's request to impose fines that they continue to accrue is also granted.
Page 46 at the top. Property address 3460 Berkeley Boulevard. Case number CE 19041002. Owner Flora M. Morales, Elmer R. Merez. This case was first heard on 11/7/19 to comply by 1/9/20. Fine suspended as noted in the agenda. 1 section complied at $25. City is requesting a full amount of $1,375.
The city's request is granted.
Page 47, property address 1801 Northwest 26th Ave. Owner Deutsche Bank National Trust Company. Case number CE 19110154. Inspector Karen Proto. The city is requesting to vacate the order from 1/16/2020.
Granted, the order of January 16th, 2020 is vacated.
Property address 1309 Northwest 8th Ave. Owner Pine Shadows Homeowners Association. Phase 2 and 3 Inc. Case number CE 19121106. The city is requesting to vacate the order from 10/14/2020.
The city's request is granted. The October 14th, 2020 order is vacated.
At this time, Your Honor, we would like to enter all the cases that are listed on page 51 into the record as complied, closed, withdrawn, or rescheduled.
Okay.
This concludes the special magistrate hearing for February 25th, 2021.
The special magistrate lien reduction virtual hearing will begin in approximately 5 minutes.
5-minute recess.
And then leave it.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Special Magistrate Lien Reduction Virtual Hearing for February 25th, 2021. Our first case is on page 1. Case number CE 17100604. Case address 124 Hendricks Isle, owner 124 Hendricks Isle LLC. This property has a total lien value of $24,125 and city direct cost of $1,409.48. The city is requesting a reduction to $2,412.50.
Good afternoon, Courtney. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, Ms. Crush.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Courtney Crush on behalf of the property owner. The lien reduction application submitted to the city, as Your Honor will see, was for a tidal waters entering a property and the need to reconstruct the seawall. This was a little bit of a unique circumstance, as this is a parcel of property on Hendricks Isle where there was an existing building to be demolished, and what is under construction right now is a 5-story condominium building. The owner did communicate with the city, ultimately was able to engage a company to do the seawall. At the time, there was a 9 to 12 month wait for barges. And then unfortunately also the seawall contractor who was originally engaged went out of business. New contractor came in. Your Honor should see the payments made, the permits obtained. The owner was able to ultimately have the contractor submit for a permit within a year. The permit was issued in early 2019 and the work was completed. The reason this case remained open so long after that is because this is still a project under construction. So while the seawall was reconstructed and complied and there is no water going over it, that permit could not and cannot be closed because there's additional work to be done in association with the job project. So we very respectfully would request a reduction from the $24,000. The owner had proposed $1,500 as a fine.
Okay. Yes, I recall the case. I read the entire file and appreciate your points. I'm going to grant the petition for reduction and reduce the amount to $2,412.50. Amount to be paid in, is 30 days sufficient?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, to be paid within 30 days. If not paid within 30 days, will revert to the original amount, not be eligible for any further reductions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Crush.
Thank you also, staff.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 2. Case number 207 Fifth Avenue, owner Odette Charles. This property has a total lien value of $40,650 and city direct cost of $1,296.98. The city accepted the applicant's offer of $4,065.
Do we have the applicant?
Good afternoon, Ms. Tanya Ortiz.
Yes,
can you please raise your right hand?
I don't know if it's my case. I'm sorry. I just got
kicked off and I didn't hear the name and I didn't want to miss it. So I've been here since 8.
1245 Northwest 2nd Avenue?
Yes.
Okay. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Tanya Bartolini. I am an attorney representing Odette Charles. And she had submitted an application for lien reduction. However, I would like to request that the lien be completely vacated as to her. There was a lot of fraud in this case. Pursuant to what she had written as far as the property information, she had actually deeded the property to a Victoria St. Villiers Chemian. That deed is in the public records, and she was supposed to be paying the mortgage, taking care of the property. She was the one who was living in the property. Ms. Charles was not in that property. She was in a Pembroke Pines property, and it was not hers. She just signed the note and mortgage to help Victoria. After a couple of years, Victoria stopped paying the mortgage and the property went into foreclosure, but she stopped paying in October 2008. And in February of 2010, she caused a deed to be recorded, giving the property back to Odette Charles, which Ms. Charles did not know about. Mind you, Ms. Charles is 83 years old. So at that time, she was, in her early 70s. And Victoria went ahead and actually stole her identity and has wreaked havoc on her life, basically in other ways as well. The only reason why Ms. Charles knew about this lien is because she was trying to sell her Pembroke Pines property, and this came up in the title search. So in Florida, as you may well know, a deed is only proper if it's accepted by the grantee. And Miss Odette Charles didn't even know about the deed until recently and never did accept it. So it's our position that this should be vacated as to her, and it should go against Victoria St. Villiers, Chemian. In the alternative, we do request a lien reduction based on all of those facts as well, so that she can move on with her life.
All right, I recall this very well. I read the entire file and the application, and she was trying to help a friend out, whatever. However, in her application, she did make an offer of $4,065, and I'm going to accept that amount as a lien reduction. 60 days sufficient to pay?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Okay, let's do the reduced amount is payable within 60 days. If not paid within 60 days, will revert to the original amount, not be eligible for any further reduction.
And I'm sorry, could you please repeat that? $4,065.
$4,065.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Our next case is on page 3. Case number CE 19051108. Case address 1600 Northwest 8th Street. Owners Wellesley Lee and Markesia James. This property has a total lien value of $7,925 and city administrative cost of $812.82. The city is requesting a reduction to $1,000.
Good afternoon, Ms. Jessica. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, state your name, ma'am.
It's Jessica Jing Bahadur.
Okay, I recall the case. I've read your application for reduction. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm going to grant your petition for reduction of the lien amount and reduce same to $1,000. Is 30 days sufficient to pay that amount?
Yes, sir.
All right, to be paid within 30 days, not paid within 30 days will revert to the original amount and not be eligible for any further reductions.
Okay, will I get a letter in reference to where to mail and how to make those payments?
You'll get an order in the mail.
Okay, and may I request that order be sent to a PO box?
You'll have to send us an email with that request. We will be sending it to the address that's on Broward County Property Appraisers, but we can definitely send a courtesy copy to another address as long as you provide it via email.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Our next case is on page 3. Case number CE 19060063. Case address 1625 Southeast 10th Avenue, number 202. Owner Alexandra Primuk. This property has a total lien value of $9,850 and the city direct cost of $1,071.84. And the city is in agreement with the applicant for a reduction to $1,071.84.
Good afternoon, Elizabeth. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, state your name for the record, please.
My name is Elizabeth Foman. I am representing Alexandra Primuk, who has inherited this property from her deceased son.
I recall this very well, very detailed application. I read the entire file. Tell me what else you'd like to add, ma'am.
I'm requesting on behalf of Alexandra a reduction, or if there's any way to get rid of the lien altogether, since we did not find out anything about this particular lien until there was an offer on the condominium and the real estate agent did a search. So this is not something that we would have been able to deal with nor had any knowledge of. And Peter deceased in August of 2019.
Yes, the city's administrative cost, which is the minimum, $1,071.84. I'm going to grant the petition to reduce the lien to that amount, $1,071.84. Is 30 days sufficient to pay that amount?
Yes, we are trying to close on this condominium tomorrow, if at all possible. Okay. Is there some type of a document we could receive to present at the closing?
I don't know it's going to be done that fast, but it will be $1,071.84, be payable within 30 days, not paid within 30 days, will revert to the original amount, not be eligible for any further reductions.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Our next case is on page 4. Case number CE 16061731. Case address 2025 South Miami Road. Owner Victoria One Anchor Bay LLC. This property has a total lien value of $16,500 and city direct cost of $2,249.05. The city is requesting a reduction to $8,250.
Good afternoon, Jerry. Please raise your right hand.
Okay.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Jerry.
All right, sir. Good afternoon. I read your application and read the entire file. I recall it clearly. Anything else you would like to add?
I guess what I'd like to say is that since this began, it was an after-the-fact permit. We've stayed on top of this, done everything we possibly can. The only delays really have been trying to get meetings and responses and direction. I don't know what else we could have done. And we've stayed on top of it. You can see through, we've spent, we've had 4 permits. I've gotten professional firms involved and contractors involved. And I just don't think they're, I mean, I would pay, of course, for the administrative costs. I don't see why I should pay for anything else because there's nothing I haven't done to try to resolve this. It's really just been us going from one direction to another and trying to get in touch with people, and we've stayed in touch.
All right. I appreciate that. I'm going to grant your petition to reduce the amount of the lien to $8,250. 60 days sufficient to pay that?
Yeah, I really think that, yes, yes, Your Honor, thank you. I think it's unfair when it was not our reason for the delays, but the city's building department. And I guess I just have to accept what you give me.
Okay, very good. If not paid within that time, we'll revert to the original amount, not be eligible for any further reductions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 4. Case number CE 100800416. Case address 2186 Northeast 56th Street, number 210. Owner Edward and Maria Calametta. This property has a total lien amount of $23,910 and city direct cost of $1,254.38. And the city is requesting a reduction to $2,391.
Good afternoon, Eddie. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Thanks.
All right, good afternoon, sir. I have read your application and read your entire file. Total liens are $23,910. I see you made an offer of $1,254.38, which is hard cost, and the city has requested slightly more. So tell me anything else you'd like me to know.
I believe I put on the application I'd pay I could pay $1,500. I don't know where the odd number came from, but I put an offer in of $1,500. So I purchased this property, but prior to me purchasing it back in 2007, I guess there was a code violation that was summed up. I purchased it from the guy went into bankruptcy. I purchased it from a foreclosure auction or foreclosure sale. And then, come about a month ago, I found out there was a lien on it, and it's just where it was going on from here since 2007. But I've owned it since 2014. But if the court would take $1,500, I'd greatly appreciate it. I don't know what else I can say about it, to be honest.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to grant your petition to reduce the lien amount. I'm going to reduce the lien amount to $2,391. How much time do you need to pay that?
How much was it, Your Honor?
I'm sorry.
How much, Your Honor?
$2,391.
All right, $2,391. 90 days or less?
60 days?
If you can do 90, I'd appreciate that.
Okay, 90 days to pay. If not paid in full within that time, we'll revert to the original amount and not be eligible for any further reductions.
Appreciate it, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Our next case is on page 5, case number CE 1808139. Case address 3080 Northwest 17th Street. Owners Gustavo Bagmani and Marcelo Sai. This property has a total lien value of $68,100 and city direct cost of $1,434.98. The city is requesting a reduction to $6,100.
The host te está pidiendo video.
Ah, pongo video. María.
¿Qué pasó, Mauricio?
Pongo video.
Gustavo,
Yeah.
we can barely see you. Can you shift over to your right? Your right.
Hello?
We can't see him.
Dice que cancelaste.
Oh, you can see now?
I can see you now.
Can? No, can't.
Yes.
Okay.
Hi.
Just a second, please. What is your name?
Alexandra Chen.
I'm Gustavo.
He's
will
Gustavo.
talk with me.
Okay, Gustavo, I'm gonna need you to raise your right hand as well, so I can swear you in.
Yes.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Que si vas a decir la verdad.
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Okay, I recall this case. I have read the application. I've read the entire file. I see the total amount is $68,100. You had made an offer administrative cost of $1,434.98. The city has requested that the lien be reduced to $6,100. Okay, tell me anything else you'd like me to know.
Well, yes, the violation was fixed initially, but they said that it was only to fix the bare grounds. We put gravel on it, and then they start asking other things after that. So we've been going back and forth with a lot of fixing for this property, and we don't know what else to do. We feel that we've been trying to fix all the violations since the beginning. Also, some of the violations were being delivered to the tenant in the house, not to us.
Well, they were mailed to you at the address that's listed on the public records.
Maria?
Yes.
Hi, Your Honor. May I speak? I'm actually the property manager. For some reason, I wasn't able to get on until just a second, but I've been listening to the entire meeting since
Maria,
10 a.m.
Maria?
Yes.
Good morning,
Yes,
Maria.
hi, I'm here.
Hi, did you submit your information to be heard at today's hearing?
I did.
You submitted a copy of your identification and power of attorney to speak on behalf of the property?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Hold for me for 1 second, please. Hold for me for 1 second.
Okay.
Maria?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand and start your video. We can't see you.
It's not letting me start a video for some reason.
Okay, no problem. Please raise
It
your
says your meeting should start in a few seconds.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead, please. Thank you.
So this property, it was rented to the same people for, I believe, close to 10 years or something like that. The biggest issue that we had with them was that the husband was a car mechanic and he constantly brought junk cars over to the property. And so the bulk of our violation was for to remove the cars from the property and to clean the exterior and the yard. That when we finally got them to remove all the junk cars, because I showed up with a tow truck, we started to get them removed, and then the whole COVID pandemic started. And so we kind of stopped, even though by then we had removed all the cars. We put new sod down. That was all cleared. And then once we couldn't get back in and near the property, because at some point I was not allowed on the property because of COVID. And then the tenants actually had COVID. Then one of the final things was that our tenant was found dead in the backyard. And so as soon as we were able to get in and just take over the property and do everything without our efforts being kind of destroyed, we have taken care of everything. In fact, we've pressure washed, we repainted, we did roof repairs, we sod the entire front yard, the backyard, the swell. We've had a person going twice a week to clean up the garbage that the other neighborhood residents and people that walk by throw on our yard. And nowadays, the biggest issue that we're having is that because the neighborhood knows that the house is vacant, they are constantly trespassing. I've had to meet with the police officers there many times. There's an order of no trespassing, but it's just been really hard to keep people off the property. We have a contract to sell and actually have a closing on the 1st of March. And I believe that once there's new tenants, or not tenants, the person who's purchasing will actually be living there, then they will be able to maintain better control of the property.
Okay. Okay. All right. Case number CE 18081369. I'm going to grant the petition to reduce the lien amount from $68,100 to $44,500, and that to be paid within 30 days. Your closing scheduled March 1st, correct?
Yes, sir. We would like to take care of it as soon as possible.
Right, good. So I'll give you 30 days, not paid within 30 days, revert to the original amount, not be eligible for any further reductions.
Okay. Is it possible to make that payment today so that we can get notice of the lien being satisfied?
No, just
tomorrow, Maria.
The best we can do is get you a written order, and that will go in the mail, but it will be $4,500.
Okay. Understood.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 6, case number CE 09040018. Property address 3220 Northwest 63rd Street. Owner Luis Rodriguez. This property has a total lien of value of $87,000 and city direct cost of $4,373.48. The city is requesting a reduction to $8,700.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand.
Hi.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thanks.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you today?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good, thank you. I represent the current property owner, Luis Rodriguez. Mr. Rodriguez purchased this property from Fannie Mae back in July of last year. These fines and these violations date back, I think, well before Fannie Mae even took title to the property at foreclosure. But my client took title. He agreed with Fannie Mae that he would cure the violations after closing, which he immediately did. I believe the property was brought into compliance in January. He spent quite a bit of money bringing this property into compliance. This is a resident who plans to live in the property. This is not an investment. And I know that the violation, the lien was actually wiped out in the mortgage foreclosure. So other than the administrative costs and the hard costs, I don't believe that the fines would have survived the foreclosure action. And I actually have an email from counsel Tanya Amar from the city of Fort Lauderdale confirming that the lien would have been extinguished. However, my client would still be responsible for the hard costs. So I know the city recommended $8,700, but I believe, and I guess we could get confirmation of that, that's significantly more than the hard costs.
All right, Ms. Montoya, would you comment on his contention that the lien was extinguished or the debt extinguished? Ms. Montoya with us?
She's coming.
Your Honor?
Yes.
I guess while we're waiting for Ms. Montoya, I'll just announce for the record that I have an email on June 24th of 2020 from Tanya Amar, who's a counsel for Fort Lauderdale. And she says, "Hi, Aubrey, the lien was included and extinguished by virtue of the foreclosure action and therefore qualifies for an administrative release. Please see below the instructions as to the application process." So I know just from experience, Your Honor, that my client, the hard costs are not extinguished, but the fines themselves should be.
And that letter again was sent what date?
That was June 24th, 2020 at 12:56 p.m.
Okay, and do you have a copy of it there?
I do. I could forward it to you.
Your Honor, I can place this on a brief recall so we can get that information.
Yeah, let's put this on recall for a few minutes.
Okay.
Okay, we'll be right back.
Our next case is on page 7. Case number CE 17060717. Case address 3700 Southwest 16th Street. Owner Monica and Nathan Wrigley. This property has a total lien value of $78,000 and city direct cost of $652.50. The city is in agreement with the applicant's offer of $2,775.
Good afternoon, Nathan. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wrigley, I have read your application for reduction. Read the file. Total fine is $78,000. City's recommended substantially less. In fact, they've recommended that your offer be accepted. Anything else you need to add?
Well, yeah, my original offer was when I looked up the lien on the website, on the city website, it said 27,750. So 78 is a vast difference. And I think I offered 10% of the 2,700. So is the final amount 2,700 and 50?
That's what you offered.
Yes. Okay.
All right. And
yeah, I accept that. Yes.
And the city's agreed to accept that. And I'm going to follow that recommendation and grant your petition to reduce the lien amount from $78,000 to $2,775. How long do you need to pay that?
30 days is fine.
30 days, okay. Payable within 30 days. If not paid within 30 days, will the original amount not be eligible for any further reductions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Our next two cases are on page 1.
Do we have Ms. Montoya back?
Would you like to recall the prior case instead? I was waiting on I sent an email to council for the information. So I was waiting on the information from the attorney, the property's attorney.
Yeah, could you give me, I didn't receive your email. Would you mind giving me your email address and I'll forward that to you?
My email address is kjordan@fortlauderdale.gov.
Got it. It's on its way to you. Thank you.
Thank you. While we're waiting for that email, we're going to call the case on page 1. Case number the case says case number CE11120720. Case address 712 Southwest 4th Place. Owner Sophia Fasolakis and George Ganaris. This case has a total lien value of $29,525 and city direct cost of $3,739.65. The city is in agreement with the applicant's offer of $14,625. Additionally, on page 1 is case number CE14061818. For case address 712 Southwest 4th Place, owner Sophia Fasolakis and George Ganaris. This case has a total lien amount of $29,250 and city direct cost of $4,382.10. The city is in agreement with the applicant's offer of $14,625.
All right. Who do we have on behalf of the owner, petitioner?
Your Honor, my name is,
Just 1 second.
Your Honor, I'm Gail Fisher, and I represent the prior property owner, Maria Chin and Richard Weiner, and I guess the current owners, George Ganaris and Sophia Fasolakis. I'm gonna butcher her name.
I'm sorry, Gail. Can you please raise your right hand so I can swear you in? The other one, please. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, let's start over, ma'am. I'm having a little difficult time hearing you.
Okay. I said I represent George Ganaris, Sophia Fasolakis, Richard, the estate of Richard Weiner and Maria Chin, the previous owners, the current owners and the previous owners of the property.
Okay, did we lose her? We've lost your video.
Can you hear me?
Just barely.
Well, let's see. Is this any better?
We can continue.
Okay, so we're gonna put this on recall?
No, we're gonna continue. Our video is not working.
Keep going.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Your Honor?
Yes,
Okay, can you hear me now?
just barely. Are you having computer issues?
If
Ms. Fisher, if you could get closer to the microphone on your computer,
I'm trying. How about now?
can you test again?
How about now?
It's a little better.
That's a little better. We still have no video.
Well,
Your Honor, I stopped her video because it'll give for better internet connection.
Okay, all right, okay. Go ahead. Again, I've read these files. The city is recommending an acceptance of the offer of the identical amount on each case, $1,625 on the first case. Same amount, $14,625 was offered by the applicant in the second case, and the city's recommended that those amounts be accepted.
That we have nothing additional to add to that. We just asked for 60 days to make payment.
Okay, all right. Okay, each amount to be payable within 60 days. If not payable within 60 days, will revert to the original amount and not be eligible for any further reduction.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Colombo. Our next two cases are on page 2. Property address 1425 Northeast First Ave, case number CE 1607-1179. Owner Me and Me Property Solutions LLC. Total lien amount $28,650. Direct cost $1,124.56. City's offer is $2,865. Also, case number CE 1807-0095. Total lien amount $3,800. City direct cost of $891.92. City is requesting $900.
We have a petitioner.
Hello?
Good afternoon, Eric. Please raise your right hand.
Yes,
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
yes.
Thank you.
All right. Sir, state your name, please.
Yes, my name is Eric Munoz.
Okay. I have read, you've got two cases here, read both files. I've read your application on each one. Anything else you would like to add?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll begin with violation CE 1807-0095.
Okay.
That was for a roof that was replaced prior to my ownership of the property. There was a past final inspection for the roof, and on 12/29/2017, the contractor hired by the previous owner had this closed out by Victor Smith that day. For some reason or another, you don't ever really pull master permits for roofing jobs, but for some reason there was a master permit that was never called in to close out, which eventually turned into this violation. The moment we found out the master permit was closed, and this was on 6/12/2019 by Joel Myers. They noted this as complied in 2019.
Okay. You want to address the other case?
Yes, Your Honor, yes. And then, so violation CE 1607-1179 was placed on 7/18/2016. Lien was placed on March 29th, 2018, before I owned the property. I purchased the property on 8/28/2018. Property was brought into compliance in 2019 with the issuance of permit BLDCALT 1906-0722, which was opened on 6/6/2019. And at that point, the property was in compliance. And that particular building permit was closed out on 12/17/2020 by Inspector Joel Myers. So the liens were placed before I even owned the property. I'm very well aware that obviously administrative costs and whatnot, and acknowledge that there are fines that have to be paid, but I am requesting a reduction of the lien amount as a result that I was not the owner at the time of the violations placed. I fixed them.
Okay. All right, sir. As to case number CE 1607-1179, I'm going to grant your petition and reduce the lien amount from $28,650 to $22,865. And in case number CE 1807-0095, I'm going to grant your petition to reduce the lien from $3,800 to $900. How long are you going to need to pay those amounts?
No, I could pay them fairly quickly within the 30 days.
Okay. If both are not paid within 30 days, they revert to the original amount and are not eligible for any further reductions.
Okay, Your Honor, may I add one more comment, please? For the 2,865, I have no issues with that. I was actually well aware that this was that was in existence. The 1,807,0095 for the 3,800 that you're reducing to 900. I'm requesting if there's any way that can be vacated.
That's slightly above the administrative cost, a few dollars above administrative cost.
Okay, because that one should never have been placed. It was a violation that was, the permit was closed out.
Okay, all right, thank you. My ruling's been made. You'll get an order in the mail.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
We are recalling the case on page 6. Case number CE 09040018. Case address 3220 Northwest 63rd Street. Owner Luis Rodriguez. This property has a total lien value of $87,000 and city direct cost of $4,373.48. In light of my conversation with this assistant city attorney, the city is amending its request to administrative costs of $4,373.48.
Okay, let's get the petitioner's counsel back.
Your Honor, if those are the costs, then I have nothing else to add.
I'm sorry, say that again.
If those are the costs, I have nothing else to add. So thank you for that. I would just ask for 60 days if possible to pay.
Yeah, the administrative costs are $4,373.48.
And 60 days.
Okay. Now, Ms. Montoya, the council says he has a letter from an assistant city attorney saying the balance over and above the administrative costs are not collectible, not payable, not due. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he says he has the letter there.
Thank you, Your Honor. And for the record, Rana Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. I reviewed it, the email. It may be a non-issue at this point because the city has amended its request to just collect the administrative costs for this case. And council has indicated that they would pay those costs and they just need the 60 days to pay. But basically, to answer your question, the current property owner could go through the administrative process for an administrative release of lien. However, the case would remain open as to the prior owner, and the city obviously would retain the ability and the legal right to collect the fines against the prior owner. So this procedure today, since the property owner is amenable to paying the administrative costs, it will close the case completely, button everything up, and give the current property owner clear title.
All right, that sounds good to me. All right, is 30 days sufficient to pay that amount, Counselor?
He asked for 60, Your Honor.
Oh, ask for 60, okay. 60. I'm going to grant the petition to reduce the lien amount to $4,373.48, payable within 60 days, not payable paid within 60 days, will revert to the original amount and not be eligible for any further reduction.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Counselor.
And that concludes the lien reduction special magistrate hearing for February 25th, 2021. Thank you all and have an amazing day. Thank you, Rhonda. Thank you, Portia. And thank you, Ms. Tasha.
Stand adjourned.
Have a great what's left of the day.